That you don't want to say hello, you beautiful people.
Hello, people. We've returned.
Yep.
The plague tried to get us down.
Yeah.
But we overcame, bitches. Actually, a couple of our kids are still actually dealing with the plague because I was made the horrible mistake of being married to the most selfish, fucking immature person on the fucking planet. But now I'm around you beautiful people. So instead of being around my father. So fuck that bitch. Not my father. But I'm away from my father because yeah. But anyway, village.
It's not me.
Yeah, obviously I'm not talking about Soraya. But yeah, I'm not very pleased, and I really truly hope terrible things happen to that person. I really do. And if I was in the hood,
Well,
but you beautiful people are here, so that's good.
And I'm sure that the English breakfast, our DJ has some really uplifting songs.
Isn't it like the official English breakfast or some shit like that?
The full English breakfast.
The full English breakfast.
There's one song on here called "Eternal Joy on the Mountain of Loneliness." Sounds encouraging.
What happened was my fucking bitch of an ex-wife got herself exposed to COVID, and while the kids were over her dingy fucking apartment, and within, I don't know, 5 days of when we were supposed to take our trip to go see my dad,
yeah,
who I haven't seen in 20 years.
It wasn't accidental that she got COVID either.
Who I haven't seen in 20 years. And we're just now rekindling our relationship. That bitch decided that she was going to go expose herself to COVID. And then...
knowingly. No mask.
Knowingly, without a mask or social distancing. And obviously she's unvaccinated because she's one of those people. Knowingly exposed herself to COVID. Then knew that the kids were in her apartment. Didn't tell us. Didn't tell the kids. Because, I'm too paranoid about shit.
And came the next day, got in the face of the babies.
Got in the face of my babies and all this other shit. And then didn't tell us until she was completely knocked out symptomatic. So that was the end of this gigantic family trip that we were planning that had so many layers to it. All gone in one fell swoop because of the actions of one stupid fucking selfish person. And I don't give a fuck. I'm not being very nice, whatever, but you guys know how I get down. I am who I am.
Luckily, nobody was in that risk zone.
Warts and all.
We all got really sick. You didn't get sick.
I didn't get real.
You
my
and Johan,
my
you
dad
guys
is 75 years old,
right,
and he's in Florida. So I was not going to go in there and put my dad in that kind of situation. Mm-hmm. So fuck her. I hope horrible things happen to her. Be alone on Thanksgiving, inshallah. So whatever. But that level of fucking selfishness, man, I cannot comprehend.
It's I keep writing messages and deleting them.
No, Jeremy, I'm not gonna fucking calm down. I haven't seen my dad in a fucking quarter century. I don't give a fuck about the recovery rates. I can't see my dad now because of one selfish person's stupid decision. So no, I'm not gonna calm down. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with people. Here's this fucking motherfucker telling me about recovery rates. I don't give a fuck about recovery rates.
Yeah. I think sometimes people get so focused on making the same argument that's floating around that they're not listening to what the people are saying and hearing how emotional the topic is and how painful the topic is.
Yeah. We've buried about 3 or 4 people to this fucking disease, along with 760,000 other. You want to come tell me about that shit? You know, less than 1% of 1% of 1% of 1% of people died on 9/11. My aunt was one of those people. You gonna say that too? Hey man, less than 1% of 1% of people died on 9/11. Don't you know? Just chill out. Just calm down. Fucking people, man. I swear to God. Good thing this shit is virtual, bro. But see, if this wasn't virtual, people wouldn't say that shit to me right now. I guarantee you.
Read the room.
Read the fucking room.
Wow. Yeah, well. Okay.
Look, man, if people can't handle it and they bounce, I'm not mad at them. I can't tell you.
We never pretended to be anyone we're not.
I can't tell you how to feel, man. If you're uncomfortable with me venting my frustrations about stupid fucking people who make selfish decisions, and I mean that. Like, I can't tell you how to feel. So, you know, everybody's got to do what they got to do. Look, man, if it's just like the football players, right? What's his name? Lamar Jackson? If you don't want to take the jab, I understand, and that's your right. But take the precautions necessary and be respectful to other people. Because what's happening is, it's a fucking communicable disease. So that bitch made a decision for me and my entire family. That's what people don't understand. Her little individual choice is now a decision for me and my entire family.
Right.
Because I'm not going to go down to Florida with kids full of COVID to fucking kill my dad and my stepmother. So now that bitch made decisions for all of us. That's my fucking problem. That's my problem. If she was going to say, hey, I'm going to do this, I'm going to expose myself, and I don't do distancing or mask or whatever,
for 2
and
months.
I'm not, you know, whatever, then I'd have fucking said, okay, cool. Then I'd have kept the kids, and you'll fucking see them in the new year. Fine. That's a decision that you made.
Right.
That's fine. That's a fucking responsible thing to do. I can't tell you what the fuck to do. But tell me that you're going to do that shit.
Right, at least
and then after you fucking expose yourself, don't wait until you're fucking deathly ill and finally go to the clinic to tell us that shit happened. That's my problem. That's my problem. I don't have a problem with people being unvaxxed. I don't have a problem with that. That's not my issue. The kids weren't vaxxed because they're homeschooled, and during this whole situation,
we were able to make sure that they were in a safe environment.
We're able to control the environment. So I understand the whole, I'm not going to take a vaccine, I don't know what's going on. I get it, bro. But how the fuck could you do some shit like that? That's my problem. And honestly, that's the attitude and the mindset of a lot of these people, man. Fucking Aaron Rodgers going in there, fucking in the press box, all that shit, knowing full well he was unvaccinated. He himself gets COVID, but he's a multimillionaire. He can throw around the football, so he gets right back in there. We're supposed to go on like nothing happened. Who cares if he infected other people? They're no-name people. They're not millionaires. So fuck those people. That's the fucking attitude. I cannot stand with those people. They just make it clear. If you don't believe, you know, somebody in the village, I don't know who it was, but he sent me some, he sent me a really in-depth, the guy's a doctor, like, works with Bill Gates, yada, yada. I know Bill Gates is crazy, whatever, but the guy, like, made a strong argument for, you know, young adults and healthy people not being vaccinated and then, you know, just managing it with a certain age group and whatever. He made a very, very strong argument. Like, I'm cool. Like, get me the information. I'm cool. I'll look at it. That's great. And me and this dude are talking back and forth. I'm like, holy shit, this guy's got a point, yada, yada. What do you guys think about this, yada, yada? Cool. Like, I'm open to that. What I'm not open to is fucking selfish people that flaunt their freedom and their rights or whatever and don't give a fuck about other people.
Else. Yeah.
They don't give a fuck about other people.
Yeah.
That's the shit that bothers me. That's the shit that bothers me. Yeah, exactly. Pro-life is becoming a joke. Exactly.
Who said that?
Look at this fucking ignorant. Listen, get Jeremy Jensen out of the fire. Get him out of the room. Block him. I don't care what, Amy. I have my own sister and whole family who are so far gone they quit their jobs because of anti-vax. Yeah, Jambi, I'm really sorry, bro. I'm feeling that shit myself. Yeah, Jam. And look. Is the vaccination a complete cure-all? No. If you go to the CDC right now, it'll say it is effective. That's what it'll tell you, and it'll explicitly say it's not a guarantee. Mm-hmm. It's never been a guarantee. Mm-hmm. But you're 10 times more likely to get hospitalized and put on a ventilator and 11 more times to die if you're not vaccinated. Mm-hmm. But if that's your personal choice, I get it. If you're worried about the ramifications from now because it's experimental, I get it. I understand it. I respect it. There's nothing wrong with you. What I don't like is when you've made that personal decision about a communicable disease and you do not communicate to the people around you that you're a fucking carrier. That's my problem.
Right. Especially because, like, we clearly saw it as an issue. And, you know, the person knew that both of us got vaccinated and she didn't care. And then, you know, everybody got sick. Well, like I said, you and Johan didn't get sick. You know, Dorian is just going into it now. And yeah, I had the shot, but it still hit me.
Yeah, and you didn't end up in the hospital. Meanwhile, right. I've got another friend.
I can't smell.
I've got another friend who got to spend his, you know, one of these. He was an anti-vaxxer. Mm. This is dumb. I'm not wearing a mask. Yeah. Both of them got hit with COVID. His wife is still on a fucking ventilator. She's at 87% oxygen. They got to spend their 17-year anniversary on an iPad, and she was half conscious. And is he going around telling everybody on Facebook? He was very loud about, you know, whatever. But his mom is doing all the prayer requests and the updates. He's not telling anyone on his page what the fuck happened as a consequence of this bullshit.
Asking for his
correct.
Prayer for his he anything?
Correct, because his mom is doing it because he's too prideful to tell everybody.
Oh no, that's bad.
How severe it is. When they're in the 50, 55 range and they're on and I love the guy.
That's one of those things where
love the guy. Guy's an Army Ranger. He was in the Battle of Black Sea, man. Like, showed me his DD-214, all that. Like, the guy squared away. Like, I love the dude. But that's some fucking bullshit. Yeah, that's the shit I don't like. And that's not all people. That's a very, very small group of people. Most people who are not vaccinated, in my experience, and people who've done the research, looked at it and says, nah, that's not for me. But they're not going to do dumb shit like what my ex did, which is purposely expose herself to a COVID positive person and fucking not tell us after, knowing we have a fucking family vacation on the way. That's the shit that I don't like. Yeah, you can still get vaccinated. And again, I'm going to say it again. If you do not believe that you should be vaccinated, I understand. I respect you. I respect your choice. I do not believe the government should mandate and force that on you. Mm-hmm. You know, Biden's fucking floating that shit around. I'll be against that. Even though I want you to be vaccinated, I would be against a forcing of you being vaccinated. But the thing is, if you make that decision and you knowingly expose yourself to a COVID positive person, you have now made a decision for everybody around you. That's the shit that's bothering me. Mm-hmm. It's ridiculous. It's unbelievable. A lot of people are saying like pro-life is bullshit, right? Because what is the argument on the other side of pro-life? My body, my choice. Mm-hmm. And what's the argument? Well, your bodily autonomy ends where you affect the bodily autonomy of another person. That's our argument. Mm-hmm. And what do these fucking people do? They do the exact same thing. You're saying, hey, you're putting people in danger. My body, my choice. Well, you're affecting us. It's the same argument. Mm-hmm. That's why these people are saying they're calling bullshit on your pro-life fucking posturing. Mm-hmm. Because they're right. They're right.
Yep.
The number one reason I got myself vaccinated is because I'm pro-life. Honestly, I did it for other people. I did not do it for myself. I believe even if I were to get it full bore, I would be fine. Look at all the fucking chaga I drink. I drink a gallon of water a day. I'm strong as a fucking bull. We take millions of freaking supplements every day.
No. She knew the person was infected.
She knew the person was infected.
Yeah, she knew.
I did it for other people. And that's all I'm asking. If you're one of these people, you don't want to get vaccinated, I get it. I understand it. I respect it. But let people know. At minimum, let people
she
know.
She came around everybody.
That bitch went around everybody.
Until she was like so sick that she like had no other option, and then that's when she got tested. She didn't even. Yeah, there's.
This cannot be real. My first cousin, who has been in a coma for 5 weeks because of COVID, his brother's so far anti-vax that they sprayed us with COVID.
Are you serious?
He then caught COVID minor symptoms and still went to work and visited family, not giving a shit. Then passed on to another family member who's on a fucking ventilator. And still he thinks it's bullshit.
It's unbelievable.
And again, that person is probably severely mentally ill, right? And this girl is severely mentally ill. Unbelievable. And again, like I said, somebody who was not vaccinated sent me a lecture. I forgot the guy. The guy's got an accent. I'll get you the name if you really want to know. And he was talking about, he's not an anti-vaxxer, but he was talking about vaccine strategies and things like that and pathogens and things of that nature. He's been doing it for 30, 40 years. This is not like we know the truth.org. As I said, he's Bill Gates' something or other on some board, some medical board with Bill Gates. And I understand. Bill Gates is Thanos, whatever. I get it. My point is, I'm going to take what that guy has to say seriously, even if he's speaking against the current cultural zeitgeist. Because that's how I function. You guys know how I get down. And he made a very, very nuanced point. Nuanced point. And it made a lot of sense. But holy shit. This is just outright selfishness and childish rebellion. No, I switched out that cord for that cord.
To plug in your computer? Yeah, I figured you can put this here. You can still be plugged.
Put what where?
Plug in your computer, and then you can still plug this in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
So don't get this twisted. I know when I talk about this and I get upset at this, it makes it sound like I'm against everybody who doesn't choose to get vaccinated. No. I don't have the stereotype of people who don't get vaccinated that they're all anti-vaxxers and that they're all crazy. I don't have that ideology. I think they're very educated people who are making decisions that they believe are best for their family, and quite frankly, the government, because they've been so horrendous, and the media for the last 4 years of just telling us out and out lies, you can't blame people for not trusting these people. So I respect the fuck out of you if you won't do the vaccination. All I'm saying is please consider the people around you. I don't think anybody denies that COVID is a communicable disease.
Right, yeah.
Right? This is tantamount to secondhand smoke. Where the Surgeon General figured out, holy shit, secondhand smoke has massive carcinogenic effects. And you know what happened? They banned public smoking. Mm-hmm. You can smoke in the privacy of your own home or your own car if you want to do that to yourself. But you can't do that to the general public, man. Mm-hmm. And you know what those smokers were saying? About my rights. The smokers were saying, if you don't like me smoking in the restaurant, you leave the restaurant. That's what they were saying. Y'all don't remember that? They were saying, if you don't like it in the restaurant, no motherfucker, you leave the restaurant. There's fucking one or two of you, and the rest of us are not going to catch cancer because we want to go out and take a pretty girl out for a date. Or a pretty dude out for a date. Or whatever. We're not doing that because you want to fucking cancerize your fucking body, bro. So no, motherfucker, you can't smoke in public. Because you know what should have happened? You know what should have happened among all the smokers in America? The minute the Surgeon General published that data, it was all over the place. The smokers should have said, holy shit.
Yep.
Hey, I'm addicted to this shit. And until I can figure out how to get unhooked, I definitely can't smoke around other people and my kids. That's what should have happened. But what does the Bible say? The law is for the lawless. So because we're so fucking selfish, the law has to step in and say, no, you can't smoke on the plane. That's how selfish human beings are.
Jeez, Amy, I didn't know that you got it twice. She freaking got COVID twice. She said she got it twice, and the second time it almost killed her. And so that's why she got the vaccination and the booster. I've had both vaccinations. We did Pfizer.
Presmic says,
Presmic
says, I'm a smoker. Don't call me motherfucker. Well, I'm not calling you motherfucker because I don't believe that you would smoke out in public, knowing full well that your secondhand smoke would have carcinogenic effects on other people. I don't think that you'd say, man, fuck those people. I'm going to smoke anyway. I don't think you'd do that. So, for the last time, if you have done your research and you're uneasy about getting vaccinated, I understand. I respect you. And if our government decides that they're going to try to enforce a vaccination on you, I will be the first one to defend you. Politically, with my speech, and physically if necessary. She knows me. I would. So I respect you. All I'm asking you to do is recognize COVID is a communicable disease. So please love your neighbor and care about the people around you and let them know that you're not vaxxed. And if you're not going to social distance or wear a mask, fucking let people know what you are. That's all I'm asking you to do. Is that too difficult?
I don't believe so.
20 months and 766,000 dead Americans. And my thing is, look, man, the cycle of life, it happens. What I cannot stand is needless death.
Right.
That's why I'm for Medicare for all. Richest country in the history of human beings. We should not have 28-year-old diabetics keeling over and dying because they're rationing insulin. Needless deaths. I grew up watching my stepdad do the little poke, test his little blood sugar, his glucose or whatever. When we first got the little kid, I was the first one, actually.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I took an L from Mr. Man. Shout out to Mr. Man. It was just a part of our lives. We had 2 scares. The ambulance showed up.
Yep.
But other than that, he was fine. He was 50 when I met him. He's still alive, mashallah. So when I hear about a 28-year-old kid dying of diabetes, I initially said, no, that doesn't happen. I said, no, that's some, whatever. I couldn't believe it. Then I kept reading more and more stories of that. That immediately converted me to Medicare for all. I didn't need to hear any story. I didn't need to hear anything about economics. I don't give a fuck. I don't care about inflation. I don't care. I am not going to live in a country where fucking 20 needless deaths I cannot stand. People are dying needlessly in our country, bro. And the people that are doing this are supposedly very patriotic. That's the other thing. Anyway, I'm stepping on Tina's toes here. I don't want shit to get political. It's not political for me, obviously. It's very personal. It's very personal. I was supposed to see my dad. I was supposed to be there right now with my dad, y'all. And it's not happening because of one fucking stupid person's decision. So, I understand people want to politicize this. You want to break this down into a mathematical equation. Oh, it's a 98% survival rate, blah, blah, blah. There's 360 million people in America.
1% of that number is...
Do 1.5% of 320 million. If somebody's telling you that they have a friend on a ventilator, or a brother and sister on a ventilator, if somebody's telling you, I haven't seen my dad in a quarter century, And you come at them with arithmetic? Man, we are losing our fucking humanity, guys. We're losing our humanity. Now, what do you do? What do you do when you're angry in our community? What do you do when you're pissed off in our community? What do you do when you're upset in our community?
Turn it up.
We turn up the motherfucking metal. So, listen. I got out what I needed to get out. For the three of you who are still here, thank you very much for sticking with me. I got to tell you guys, this is the only forum where I've ever really truly just like, just been raw and just been straight up. You know, it really, really is. It's the only forum where I've ever done that in my life. And
Me too.
I appreciate the hell out of you guys because I haven't really expressed it like this since everything went down. And it was almost like my soul was like, just chill out. Wait till you get a strain. Your folks are going to be there. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Your folks are going to be there. So thank you guys so much for just being there for me, guys. I really, really appreciate that shit. I really, really do. And so I appreciate that. Perkinos! Okay. I did give Perkinos some uncensored ventilation. So obviously, but Perk is my Perk is my heart, honestly. So I love that dude so much. So yeah. So thank you guys so much for being there for it, brother. And I know you guys don't always agree with me too. So we become real good friends over the years, and I appreciate that. Yeah, I think a lot of groups I'm in, I'm always have to be the leader, and I always have to be, you know what I'm saying? So I always have to be like, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But in this group, all they know me is as a metal, a guy that listens to metal, and in metal you're allowed to fucking, you're actually, it's a positive when you're angry and lash out and shit. So, so I appreciate the hell out of you guys for that. And thank you guys for providing that forum for me. All right. So let me talk to the people. Let me set up the thing properly. What is this? The French? What do you? The proper English?
This is
breakfast?
the full English breakfast.
Okay.
I believe. I smoke, but do not endorse anywhere, even hotels where it's allowed. I hate how it builds in the walls. What makes me sick to my stomach is weed. That mess is disgusting.
Tell them. Tell them. I concur. Not all of us do.
Thank you, Luminous Knight. I'm not really someone who prays anymore, but I'm praying for you guys.
Shout out to Luminous Knight.
Mm-hmm. God bless you, Brother Vince.
People
Joshua Scott.
Same blessing to me. I think people like me. I think they're my friends.
Okay, so Amy Lee, I heard the scientists in Japan are saying that new Delta Plus variation is killing itself, so there's hope.
Excelente. Excelente. Yeah,
Ranger,
man.
what starts when you're like, okay, it's been a couple months and you decide to smoke? What is it? That's it. Smoking.
Go ahead, man. River, throw it up, bro. Throw it up. If I'm right, River, right? I don't think Jesus is gonna look at you and say, "Man, fuck that guy." I think he's gonna look at your heart and say, "Okay, River's praying for his bro." Mm-hmm. Like I can work with that. Mm-hmm. I can work with that. River's praying for his bro. There's a story in Jonah and the whale, and it said they all cried out to their gods to save them. Yep. And there's only one God, but God listened. He saved them, and then He led them to Himself. So River, as long as I'm open and you're open to the ultimate truth and following it wherever it leads, man, throw up as many prayers as you possibly can, bro. Fucking Odin, Loki, all of it. I don't care. Do that shit. Honestly.
They. River goes by they.
Huh?
River goes by they.
Yeah, but I call you bro.
True, yes.
Like, I'm me, man. You know, I just called you man.
No, yeah. Okay.
No, I get it. I respect it. Like, they, them. Like, I respect it. But what I'm saying is I call everybody bro.
Yeah, you just said he a couple times.
But oh, yeah, you're right. No. Okay,
right.
I appreciate the check. My bad. Now, River is overlooking that shit because they understand that I'm out of my fucking mind. So, once again, this is the village being fucking tolerant of my bullshit, like always, you poor people, motherfuckers, man. God Almighty. Yeah. So yeah, throw them up, Riv.
It's all good. Sorry, I know what Vin is all about.
Yeah. That's my take. As long as somebody's trying to communicate with the spirit world, man. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like, if you do it with an open heart and a heart that's open to the truth, and you say, hey, if that's really you, if it's really you, then hey, I will follow you. Mm-hmm. If you make it clear to me that I'll follow you. Mm-hmm. And so I don't think Jesus is gonna be a. You see what I'm saying?
Oh no, I agree with you. I do. There's the time I wouldn't have. I would have been like, heresy.
I know. You'd have burned me at the stake.
It's true. I'd have brought in the torch. I love you, bro, but.
We love you, Vinny. No doubt, Slipknot 2K Sean. No doubt. And we love our bassist, too. A new record of F-bombs
That's
tonight.
So funny.
I
I literally didn't even hear you say the F curse word once. But I'm sure you did.
Oh, no. I came in good.
Oh, no. That's why I said I'm sure that you did. I just
went to my secondary. Yeah. I was all over the place, but they talked me off the ledge. Plus, we got a Tina stream, and Tina always has like interesting shit. So I'm not gonna. You ain't gonna hold me down, you evil bitch. All right. That's enough of that, broad. That's enough of that, dude. You have no idea, bro. I almost got on the phone like, yo, Takara, come up here. Takara, come here.
No, babe.
I almost called.
I believe it. I
almost called Shorty. I'll pay for your flight.
Wholeheartedly.
I pay for your flight. I don't think she's that type of person anymore. But like, when girls used to smack me up and shit, I'd be like, all right, cool, because I'm not gonna touch no female. Like, all right, cool. And I hit up to Takara. Yo, Toki. That bitch right there, orange shirt.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I totally believe it.
She said the orange shirt? Yeah.
I totally believe it.
Oh, yeah. She'd yoke them up at gym. They come out all scratched up and shit. Yeah. Not be in the lunchroom.
Jeez,
what happened to him?
You didn't.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
What would they say?
What they gonna say?
Did they say?
I mean, everybody knew. You know what I'm saying?
Well, everybody knew, but did they say?
I don't know.
You don't remember?
Yeah, I mean, it was a long time ago.
I would never admit that shit to you. If you sent somebody to smack me around.
If I sent Takara to smack you around, it wouldn't go good for her, though. So I would never do that. I would never put her in that situation. Then I would get a couple girls, and then we'd send them. And I'd protect her. You see what I'm saying? So it'd be like a couple girls I'd have to send for you because you're strong as an ox.
Well, if I thought that was coming, I would be prepared.
I believe that. But I don't think that you have. I don't think you have inside of you what's necessary when you say you'd be prepared. But whatever. Talk to the people.
No, I agree with you. I'm not sure if I do either.
Talk to the people.
It depends on how the smacking is being done, Amy. As if I got sucked into that comment.
See, that's the thing. I would never send Amy over there for that reason. I would never do it. I would never do that shit. I'm like, no, Amy, no, Amy, that's not.
That is not what we had intended.
That was not my goal for this particular situation.
Bye, Lucy. I was impressed. Caleb was able to last as long as he did against. Oh, I don't know what to think about that.
Canelo.
Yeah.
Sori doesn't have the physical ability to fight, but she doesn't have the mindset. She does have the mindset, but she has like a fight fear mindset. That's the problem. And in the Bronx, ain't always fighting fear, bro. So that's her problem. Is that you're like a fight fear person. I think you put the screws to him, no problem. But like you want to fight fair. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, fight fair.
Yeah. That's
I've thought about that. That's so interesting because I've literally thought about that a bunch of times. And I'm like, because I've never, like, in any altercation I've ever had, I've never gone full throttle. Even when we just mess around, I don't go full throttle because I'm in a headlock before I know it.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to treat you like a girl. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to do that. What that guy say in the bus? You want to act like a man? I'll treat her like a man. So, I'm not going to go easy on you. You want to do that jujitsu? We go do that jujitsu. Talk to the people.
I'm always like, babe, that's not what these are supposed to turn into. You're supposed to kiss me.
Yeah, see, that's the shit I don't, those are things I don't understand. And like you act like I'm just supposed to understand what your designs are. And I don't. I don't understand what they are. I'm like, oh, she wants to learn. Okay.
Yeah, senior, we did. We heard about that.
Heard about what?
Let's not say we did, babe, okay?
What? What did we hear about?
The man that ran over the people in the parade.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that shit. I hope that guy dies, bro.
Cassie, my half-brother taught me to fight dirty. I'm small, so you need every advantage you can get, LOL.
But Big say, I hope you creeps got receipts. My peeps get dirty like cleats. Huh?
Hit you with that triangle choke from guard.
Yeah. Oh, that's 275 saying that shit?
No, that's Nick.
Oh, Nick saying that? Okay.
Nick. I don't know how to.
Nick. Nickelodeon. Y'all
wow,
remember that?
that's terrible. Yeah, I do remember that.
How do I
Okay,
get rid of
Davey
this?
J. May I ask a favor? I am due to be deployed in about a week and a half, and I don't have the funds, but would you consider reacting to FFDP Bad Company?
You son of a bitch.
I don't think
Ask me again in 2 hours. You're deploying in how long?
Vin is sparring with Sori. Puts her in a headlock. Respect my authority.
Respect my authority. Nah, Soraya is pretty respectful though. She's always pretty respectful.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah. She gets in her moods, but she's always pretty respectful. Okay, guys.
I fight best with my pepper spray. Yeah, that's right, Amy. You know what? To be honest with you, so when I was a teenager, I suddenly realized that there was around me that would protect me if I got in a bad situation. So I got shout out to never mind. So I got some pepper spray. Honest to goodness, I was hoping for a situation. It's just like those people when they get their guns so bad, they're just hoping something will pop off. But in this case, I didn't want to kill anybody. I just wanted to spray them in the face with pepper spray and see how that worked. Well, anyway, my cousin said, hey, maybe we should test that thing. And I was kind of thinking it myself. And so he sprayed it into the air. Cousin said, now I know, if you have to spray pepper spray, friggin' hold your friggin' breath before you do that. He was dying. It was so fun. I had backed way away. It was the most hilarious thing. And he didn't even spray it at himself. It was just like the residual spray that came. I don't know. It was so funny, though. Overshadow's here?
Yes. Overshadow is here. Overshadow
Shout
Sean.
out to Nevermind.
Yeah, girls could definitely choke dudes out if they later, JB.
Yeah, I made a guy sleep once.
No, you didn't make me go to sleep, you weirdo. I was passing out, but
oh, you admitted it was you? Yeah, he showed me how to do a headlock.
No, I didn't show you how to do a headlock. I showed you how to do a rear naked choke.
A rear naked choke? Right. But it wasn't a headlock.
There's nothing embarrassing about that. I keep telling you, it's science. If you cut off somebody's airwaves like that, they're going to pass out.
Okay, honestly, Period. It was so funny. Do you remember me laughing?
Yeah.
Because it didn't look real. Because you were like there, and then all of a sudden you were like...
Well, yeah, it's not like a big dramatic thing. I mean, the person just slumps. I mean, people sometimes will flail around and you can get a hit in and something like that. But obviously, I'm not going to hit you in the face. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't try to explain to you with science. The reason that...
That's what you kept saying, but that's what was making it even more
The reason that a lot of girls... The problem is that it's highly unlikely that in a real altercation with a man that you're ever going to get into that position.
And that's exactly what I thought. You see what I'm saying? Of times.
Like that's the problem.
I'm like, all right, I know that move, but how would I even get behind him like
that?
That's
what I get concerned about. Is girls like start learning martial arts and they see how it works. It's like, yeah, but in a street fight, dudes aren't going to be like that.
Honestly, what I think if they were after somebody else, then you could jump up on them and.
Yeah, but again, like the environment. Even when you're watching UFC, there's so many things. Like, for example, you can't you can't eye gouge somebody. Mm-hmm. You can't knee somebody you can't put a knee to the head when somebody's at a certain angle. You're in a cage instead of a brick wall. Mm-hmm. So, like, if I didn't if I was in a situation with you and you had your hooks in me, I would just slam you against the wall. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I get worried where it's like, people see this stuff in controlled environments and they're like,
oh, I can do that.
Oh, I can do that. It's like, no, you can't do that. Like, that's not how it's going to go in the real world. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But all things being equal, if somebody has their hooks in, I mean, it could be, Dorian's kind of big now. But it could be Johan. Like, Johan could put you to sleep with that. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that's the thing. I thought it. But it was you would be really good at jiu-jitsu though.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about joining a women's fight club.
Like I've kind of like I've wrestled around with girls. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever. But like you're genuinely the strongest female I've ever, aside from my mom. Because me and my mom got into it when I was a kid, and people are like, oh, you're a kid. I was like 16, 17. Mm-hmm. Like she was extremely strong. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Like she was built like Z, like Zoe, mm-hmm. like very, very strong. So you're like that. You're like that.
I've been talking to that kid that we gave the guitar to. Funny thing, I posted it, and his mom tagged him in it. So he chats with me for a little bit, and we're gonna go back to see him. Well, we have to make sure we're completely clear of the COVID before we go back over there breathing all over that child.
You gonna check him on the kid you gave a guitar to? Yeah, we are.
I just read that, babe, and just answered it.
Oh, is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
Oh, my bad.
Our women's team is filled with pretty nasty killers, and we have a Margaret Sorelli come in for a seminar. She's a monster on the mats. Cool. Krav Maga?
Krav Maga.
What is that?
That's Israeli stuff.
Oh.
You're trying to really, really hurt people. With Krav Maga. For sure. Let me just test one thing real quick.
It was so fun when we did that guitar thing.
What guitar thing?
It was like literally the highlight of the year for me. Getting that guitar.
For the homie. Yeah. That was awesome. That was a highlight.
What make of guitar did you give him? What was it?
It was a Jackson. It was a Jackson. Yeah, the kid's really good. Of course. Oh, that was Amy Lee that was doing the Krav Maga stuff. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Amy, just use. Listen, just use your sidearm, man. That's it. Did I tell you about that? How about I fight them? I can shoot them. Boom, boom.
What I thought you were saying. Oh no, Cassia.
Yeah, Jay hit me up. What's up, Stephen Amor?
Cassia. No joke, Cassia. Literally,
Jay hit me up with the positive test, and I was like, "Fuck, bro."
I was so tired, and I told Vin, I'm like, "You remember when Cassia used to come on the stream and she'd be like, yo, I gotta go, I gotta rest now." Like that's literally how I feel. I go and I do some things, and then I'm like, "All right, I gotta lay down." That's honestly like the worst. At one point, my head was hurting so badly during the night. I thought my pillow was a rock because I kept falling asleep and waking back up. And all of my top teeth were, like, hurting. Like, that's how bad the headache was.
You keep talking about your teeth now. I don't remember you talking about your teeth.
I said it to you when I woke up. But, I don't know. You might have been busy.
You said it to me. Look at the sad face. I should have, like, a sad music. Oh, you didn't hear me when you first woke up. Are y'all COVID?
Where's the sad face?
Y'all COVIDing right now. The kids are. It's a long story. You can watch the beginning of the video. You can watch the video, the beginning of the video.
Yeah, I'm like the last lingering bits of it, so it's killing me to stay away from the babies.
You've never been officially diagnosed with that.
No, but I lost my sense of taste, lost my sense of smell.
You tested negative.
Right. And then they said you're supposed to test again 4 days later.
Yeah.
Which we didn't do. So I had the massive headache, the very, very tiredness.
Jed Hayes. All right, guys. First song is, what's it called? Grime? Let me see. Howl at the Night by the band Grima or Grima. I don't know exactly how to pronounce it. Stand by for the commercial, y'all. We shall return. Don't worry. We shall return. And that'll be that. Timestamp is 45:40.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you...
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy a merch indeed, a child shall eat them.
So we are just at the very beginning of a live stream for the Full English Breakfast.
Huh? You see that down there? Huh? You dumb butts?
First song on the list is Grima or Grima, Howl at Night. Grima are from Siberia and play atmospheric black metal. This is majestic, and the spirit of black metal as music is imbued with cultural mythology and sounds that make Grima really awesome. There's a lot of really good black metal from our Eastern brethren. This track taken from the album The Will of the Primordial that was released in 2019 on Nature Mach Production.
What?
You want to read it right there?
Nature Mach Productina. I'm assuming that's Night Nature Productions.
Yeah, probably.
Right? Nacht would be night. So Natter Nacht
Yep.
Productina, I guess. I don't know. I probably completely butchered that pronunciation. So anybody who is German or Siberian, whatever Natter Nacht means, or Natter Macht. It's Natter Macht. Okay. Natter Macht Productina. We can't all do Mark 513. No, we cannot all do that. However, what we can do is listen to some badass metal. And Sadie's here!
Hey!
If I'd had my meltdown around Sadie, she'd have thrown some, virtual sage at the situation.
I agree.
And I'd have been, we should burn some sage in here, bro.
I agree. Well, I don't know. I actually don't like the smell of burning sage.
Not your sage.
Rude.
All right, here we go, guys. I was going to say Nattermacht. It's not Nattermacht. It's Grima, Howl at Night, a majestic metal band. Tina's description is almost much more artistic than probably anything we're going to hear in it. Because it's so beautiful the way she described it. All right, guys, let's go. Howl at Night. Yes, tremolo. You knew I wasn't gonna like this part. I'm not sure. Whoa. She was absolutely right in that description.
So that
Holy
I think there
smokes.
was an accordion in that.
It was an accordion, or I think Amy said something about a Russian harmonica or something.
Oh,
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
Heard of a Russian harmonica.
But Ben is a no-show since I exposed his age and location last time. That's a joke. We don't dox people here. She could though. Okay, but she won't. So I truly enjoyed. Obviously, I enjoyed the song. I love the melody. Everybody knows that I love tremolo picking. I love that stuff. It's my favorite stuff in the world, metal-wise. And I love symphonic, harmonic, melodious black metal. It's just something that gets you really, really deep in the soul. Obviously, I'm going to be listening to this tonight because, I'm not having a very good day. Actually, I'm having a decent day, actually. I'm having a decent day. That little thing at the beginning, it is what it is. But I'm actually having a decent day today.
Well,
It's a pretty good day today. So anyway, yeah. So what I did, I'm very, 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 very focused on the lyrics. But I'm like, nah, bro. I have a basic understanding it's about nature. We'll get into it in a second. But I was just feeling the freaking music, bro. It was very, very awesome. I really much appreciate it. What's going on with you? Like, what was going on with you when you were hearing the song?
Took me a little bit to get into the song itself, and then it hit those like really pretty points that they sometimes do in this type of music, which I thoroughly enjoyed.
It didn't take long for them to hit the pretty points, miss.
Well,
but go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, had a smidge of a headphone issue at first, but
I see. Okay.
But then once I got into those really, really pretty parts, I really enjoy that. And so I don't know if I'm okay, I am in a funny mood. I'm also pissed off about the same things as you, and on top of that, I have my own things that are.
It's a lot of people that need.
So when I read this one line, I don't know why every time I read it, it makes me feel like laughing and howling their guts out to you. This is a translation, right?
Yeah, but I don't see. Animals are hopping on their hind legs, howling their guts out to you. I'm assuming that's talking about the moon.
Yeah, but the phrase hollow.
Really?
I don't know why it's so funny sounding to me, but
Strange.
It is.
I took that line like he's incarnating.
Oh yeah, they're singing right out to it, but
he's incarnating because
full soul, but
because when metalheads, that's what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? Like they're that's weird. You find that you find stuff that's funny that's weird to me. Like it's not like offensive. It's just like I'm trying to find where the humor is in it.
Yeah.
Because to me it sounds like it's just a standard line, like you're going all out, type of thing. Like so I don't know. Like sometimes I can't figure out what the algorithm is that makes you think something is funny. Yeah. Is it something you're unfamiliar with, or?
Well, like I said, it might be because, I feel kind of off right now today because of the stuff that went on that that you all know about.
Yeah.
So, but I think it.
Well,
might
they don't all know.
No.
But I know everything. So when maybe it's like some sick sense of humor, maybe that's what this one is, because the only time that you ever see animals in guts is because they got hit by a car. So I don't know if that's what's happening when they're saying the guts out. That's
I think it's a weird picture, to picture that they're out at the moon, but it's like the guts are.
That's interesting because that's your environment. You came up seeing roadkill.
There's
so the only
so
time,
much roadkill, yeah.
The only time you see guts is in a kind of a comical situation.
Well, no, I don't think that's comical.
I think it's kind of comical.
I always feel bad for the animals.
I always say to myself, holy shit, little man couldn't make it across the street, bro. Rest in peace to the homie. I always think it's funny, See,
and I don't. I always feel so bad for them. I can't even look at it. But then in the song, the idea.
It's so amazing how your environment. So his environment. Obviously, this song is inspired by his environment. Mm-hmm. For me, when I hear your guts out, I was back in the Bronx. You see what I'm saying? And so like you had to have guts to survive in the Bronx.
Oh,
but it's kind of like what I always interpreted the term guts as like the deepest core of your being. Like you had to be a man. Like you had to be a stand up. Like so I was looking at it like, oh, he's using the animal as sort of as a vehicle to talk about himself, and that's what he's doing in the music. Is he's so it's so crazy, and I'm sure like when he was writing it, he wasn't back in the Bronx. You see what I'm saying? Like he was.
Nor was he.
Probably just literally listening to animals and all that. It was weird. I was watching this,
going all out, like like the howling or the different things that they do toward the moon. Because you were saying toward the moon.
Yeah, and he was talking about age-old sleeping terror grows in the night, which I don't know is probably some spiritual thing. But I was watching an interview. The guy's name is OG Firebug, I think his name is. He's a blood from California.
OG Fire Bucket.
Firebug.
Fire what?
Firebug is his name, and he it was a sad situation. The kid got killed. He got set up by the girl, whatever. He got killed, but he was on Instagram with his friends. So they, this kid's getting killed on Instagram basically, and so it was kind of this shocking thing that reverberated through the whole situation or whatever. And he was talking, and he was dropping like serious wisdom. Like he was, and it's crazy because like he had like OG level wisdom, and he's like 35, but like that's old for their field. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like, he was
Yeah.
talking about how he's like, yo, we beasts out here, we're animals out here, and like literally he had his blunt out here, he's smoking, he's got his gun right there, like on the little patio. His grandma calls him. He's like, yeah, I'm good. Like, he completely flipped when his grandma called. Oh, yeah, I'm good, Grandma. I'm blessed, blah, blah. He ends up the phone talking to his grandmother. He starts hearing this rustling in the back. You see him, like, he stops talking, and he clutches up on his gun.
Yeah.
And then, like, after a couple, like, it's about a good 20. I'll show it to you later if we remember. It's about a good 20 seconds. And we figure out that the rustling in the woods is just their animals going at it. But then, like, the noises that you heard were, like, insane. And you could tell one animal was killing another animal. And he was like, it was crazy because he just talked about being beast and all that. And he goes, see? And it was just like, it was terrifying the way that it sounded.
I know, it really does sound really horrible.
It was really terrifying. And it was really terrifying, like, watching it because this kid had just got killed on camera. He's talking about it. He clutches up on his weapon. He starts, looking around, and it's just these and so he's talking about like terror in the night. You're hopping on hind legs and all that. And that's the other side of nature. Like we always talk about. Oh, these guys, especially pagans, are really good at contacting nature. Mm-hmm. But what's interesting here is like, yeah, but nature's also fucking terrifying, bro. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Hank Hanegraaff used to say nature's red in tooth and claw. Like
nature's red?
Yeah, nature is red in tooth and claw.
Oh boy, yeah.
So it's just a crazy, it's just a crazy. So I'm thinking about this stuff as I'm like listening to the songs lyrically, and it's just like, damn, like, but in the backdrop of that, the Bronx, the woods, the animals tearing each other apart, their throats and all that. In the backdrop, there's this insanely beautiful music.
Yeah.
That's the contradiction of existence. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like it's so crazy, but yeah, shout out to DJ Franco, by the way, one of the homies. But yeah, like that was just a crazy line to me, And it says right there, like, let the thunders roar be the master's wish. Let this lightning, let his will be lightning and storm. Those who lived in the woods know of his strength. They know that the storm comes with hardships. There it is. In pitch black forest, deep and cold, prayers be howled about you. Watchfires be lit. I mean, this guy can write. Holy shit. Watchfires. That's a brilliant line. Mm-hmm. I just love that. I wonder what that term sounds like in English. I mean, in his native whatever. Shout out to Seven Dusted, by the way. So yeah, that was such a. It's really. This is like one of the first songs really that's a celebration of nature, but also a recognition of the fallen nature of nature.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's it was really interesting because we're listening to this thing on chaga. So chaga root is basically it's like mushroom.
It's a mushroom.
It's mushroom tea, and
it's not just mushrooms from the grocery store. It's a mushroom that grows on the side of a tree.
it's bark of birch, right? And so like most people don't drink it this black, but we're extreme on everything. Most people don't drink this much. I drink about this much a day of chaga, and then a gallon of water a day. And vitamin B. Honestly, if you do that with a regimen of vitamin B6 and some echinacea, you're in good shape. I know it sounds like woo-woo, but honestly, you'd be in good shape if you do that. I reacted a lot better than you, and I'm convinced that's why.
Yeah.
But like remember that guy was talking about it? Like so honestly, chaga is actually it functions as a parasite of the birch tree.
Mm-hmm.
And what's crazy is, so I want to read that line again. It says, in pitch black forest, deep and cold, right? Mm-hmm. Not very nice conditions. That is the conditions that chaga comes, and it's like the number one superfood in the world.
And
like,
it takes like a super long time.
5 to 10 years for you to be able to grow it, for it to grow to where you can harvest it and get all the benefits that chaga is famous for. Like you cannot manufacture it and you can't harvest it and plant it. Like Americans are going to do that, and Americans who haven't done the research are going to buy it and they're going to make millions, but they're not going to get the super crazy benefits. Mm-hmm. Here's why. Chaga comes up in these really harsh conditions. It attaches itself to the birch tree and it functions as a parasite. Well, the birch tree fights it back. So then the chaga has to adapt and kind of mini evolve in real time to come up with other things to fight what the birch tree is trying to do. Mm-hmm. And it's those kind of it's that evolved I forgot the term that the guy used. That is where all the qualities come in and all the rest of it. And that's what you're getting when you're imbibing chaga. So the guy was basically saying like it has to grow up in these harsh, horrible conditions.
Yep. Because
what it does to adapt to survive, adaptogen is what it's called. That's what it's called. What it does to adapt to survive, the molecular transformations and things like that, those are the actual nutrients that we end up using. Mm-hmm. So it can't be mass produced. Mm-hmm. It's got to come out of grind and struggle and strain in Arctic and Nordic environments, and in Sweden, in Siberia, yep. North America, and all that.
Maine as well.
Yeah. Ours, we know a guy. Shout out to Adi Govinda. Like he's on his shit. And it works. It's crazy. It's like mega healthy food, bro. Like it's unbelievable, but it comes out of that struggle, man. And it's like God is telling you something. Like if you would just listen to nature, you'd pretty much learn everything you need to learn. But I'm so happy that they talked about the struggle. It's not just a romanticization of nature. It's interesting because I'm not a nature person, so like I get all my love of nature from music. Actually, honestly, like it's kind of weird.
So funny.
It's kind of like white boys who like listen to gangster music. All of a sudden they throw up gang signs and shit. It's like that. Like you've never been about that life, my G. Like I've never been about the nature life, and I got woods right outside, bro. Like, and I'll never walk in them unless you want to. And there's ancillary benefits. What? We might run into some chaga.
Oh, I didn't know that's what you meant.
So, like, anyway, that's just a crazy thing in the way that they were talking about that. Like, and it just made me think about the chaga, and I was like, damn, metal is like, there's no other genre of music where you can do that shit. But go ahead. What were you saying?
I liked this part. In pitch black forest, deep and cold, prayers be howled about you. Dusk is tricking the eye. The storms carry gloss over the forest. And I'm not sure, like, I picture, like, a wintry scene. And, like, in Maine, I don't know if it was, like, 98 or what, we had, like, this giant ice storm. And it just kept raining. And then it would freeze. And then it would rain and it would freeze. Until it was so literally so friggin' thick. The ice was so thick over everything that trees were just breaking one after the other. That part was sad. Like, every
really?
time I heard you like went outside and it was one tree. It wasn't like, you know what's the difference? It's the difference between, how if you go and we lay outside and we look at the stars, you might actually see a shooting star. Or somebody that you're with might say, hey, I just saw a shooting star.
Yep.
But then you have the nights where like I don't know, it's the comet storms or whatever, where it's like bang, 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 bang. There's so many shooting stars. It was like that with the trees. Like, you know, you might randomly hear a tree cracking in the middle of winter, but this was like continuous. And then the CMP lines were...
That's the electric lines.
Yeah, the electric lines. They were exploding. I don't know much about that, but it was like this... I think it was like a bluish light. I just remember it was like a weird glow. And you kept seeing it like going all over the place, and then trees were bright. It was just crazy. And then in the mornings, the sun would come out so bright, and it would just shine through all of this. It looked like glass over everything. It was just shining through everything. The pictures that I have in my mind from that time is... You know, my memory's not that good.
Yeah.
That's clear as anything. It's vivid. It's so beautiful.
Did you guys take pictures and all that?
You did, but the cameras were not that good then. So even if you got it, it wouldn't be even that good. Yeah. You know? And anyway, so I had to go to the back because we had a bunch of people staying at our place. I had to go to our old, like, camper and take the mats out of there so people could sleep on it in our house. When I went out the back, I was, you know, probably 12 or something. I don't really know. I went out the back, and the ice was, like, straight down the hill. And when I slipped and I slammed down, I thought for sure that would break the ice. But it didn't. It was so thick. Even after I slammed down, I just slid down that hill like it was a slide. And I went straight out, almost into the road. It was, like, just glare ice everywhere. But it was absolutely beautiful. And so when it said that, the storms carry gloss of the forest, that's what it made me think. It was just that glass everywhere that happens, you know, during a storm. Blizzard chokes hard.
Shout out to the Misery Machine. Look at that.
As ghosts do. Are you talking about the ice storm? Yeah! Yeah, that's exactly what I'm describing. And I was pretty sure it was 98. I started out by saying that, but I was not completely clear.
All right. Five, Adam, and then Soraya will hug the plushie. Listen. The Misery Machine, you guys got to check them out. They've got their own YouTube channel. They do a lot of true crime stuff, but it's not like glorification of true crime. Like it's the only true crime shit I watch, to be honest with you. I feel like everybody else is kind of celebrating or doing it in an unethical way, which, you know, whatever. Do your thing, YouTube, whatever. But they do really good work because I feel like they care about the people that they're talking about. They did a series recently on parents and all the crazy shit that we're doing to kids and stuff, but it's done it matches the emotion of what you should feel based on what they're talking about. That's my problem with a lot of true crime. It's either like completely dispassionate or it's like, ooh. But they actually have a human element to it, which makes their voice unique. So please check them out. The Misery Machine. Vinny
even did one of the shows with them. That's up on there too.
I went in depth about a couple personal tragedies. I mean, they're not personal tragedies for me. I'm just saying personal tragedies that happened at our actual place of work. So that's Misery Machine. And they are native, at least one of them is a native Mainer. Yergi is a native Mainer. I know that. And so, they're rock stars. They're up and coming rock stars for real. So shout out to Misery Machine.
Check them out. That's for sure.
But yeah, I was just thinking though about all that beautiful ice. Like that was so much death under that though, bro.
Oh, I know. All the trees were dying. There was
the trees, the animals, the
animals must have suffered big time. And you know what? I'll tell you, because they couldn't get in their homes probably.
Yeah.
And the next few years after that, like the trees that survived, a lot of them were just bent way over because the ice dragged them down. And they just stayed like that. A lot of them stayed like that.
Like 2 years later.
It took a long time before they were able to stand back up again.
I remember I showed up the year of 9/11. Some
of them never did.
So I escaped New York, and it must have been because 9/11 happened. So it was the summer of 2001, probably. Yeah, it must have been the summer of 2001. And I was out in the back. I went out the woods with the only friend I had is Corey. Shout out to Corey L. Shout out to the homie. He's got a kid now and all that. Like the dude grew up. Like he's one of those guys that was like, you know, people would count him out or whatever. But like he's got his own little thing going. Like nice. I'm really proud of the homie. Like, but yeah, like the tree was like completely bent, and I'm like, how did that happen? And he started explaining the ice storm. I was like, oh, that must have been really cool. He was like, nah, bro, we were terrified. And I'm like, what do you mean? I wasn't
terrified.
Well, you lived in a house.
Yeah.
He was in an apartment complex.
Hey, boy.
And he was like, it was freezing. We thought we were going to freeze to death. I guess his next door neighbor, like, they didn't hear from them anymore. Like, they would knock on the walls, and they would knock on the walls at night, and they would knock at the walls, and they would knock on the walls, and neighbor wasn't knocking on the wall anymore. Like, shit was crazy for them, bro.
Yeah, my parents, you know, they have a big house. So everybody was just coming over to our house with all of their pets. That house is, honestly, that was so fun for me. I always liked a packed house. And when everybody left, I was very sad about it. Like, sometimes I'll get, like, you know, like, okay, guys, it's just a little bit. But I mostly, all the time, love having a big family, a bunch of kids, and a small area. I tell Dorian all the time, I'm like, honey, when we move, because he gets frustrated with the kitchen, you know, because it's, like, it's small.
Yeah.
I'm like, honey, when we move, you're going to miss this because we're all here, you know? It's not like everybody's all spread out.
I'm amazed that Stephen King hasn't done a horror book about an ice storm.
Yeah.
That would be especially that would be an amazing movie because you get all these brilliant landscapes. Like the ice itself becomes a character in the story.
It was, yes.
I should tell Zoe that.
And that's the thing too. That's such a really interesting way of putting it. Because at night it was like the ice was like vicious and it was cold as fuck and it was breaking everything and there was no give at all. And then the sun would come out and then it was just beautiful and it was seemingly innocent and like people like couldn't even drive because the roads were just so bad and the roads were so bad and the ice was forming so quickly that the trucks couldn't get out onto the road without going off the road to get salt onto the road to start melting the ice. Mm-hmm. But it just went on like that for days and like I remember thinking like, are we going to be here till spring? What's going to happen? But it was very exciting because it was like stone soup. Everybody brought their stuff that they had from their house and my meme made this huge pot of soup. Just adding in, there's some ground beef over there. We cooked it on the wood stove. Ground beef over there, potatoes, carrots. We're just cutting up everything, and there was this giant pot of soup, and it was so friggin' unbelievable. My cousin and I put it in some cups, and then we went out. We were like trying to traverse the weather with our soup. It was so fun.
It's called Storm of the Century, a very good miniseries by Stephen King.
No way!
We should watch that tonight.
Yes, we could.
Randy,
I'm really enjoying that.
We have not done Immortal yet. Immortal's coming up soon, inshallah, but we haven't done it yet. We're on song one.
Anyway, this one
because I had my meltdown. But hold on, about the ice storm. Blizzard chokes hard and howls as ghosts do, and the eyes are shining in darkness. Woo! Like we were just talking about the ice storm. It's pretty crazy. By the way, Raul,
that's crazy too.
Raul, I didn't know that you had a channel, bro. Send me your channel link so we can promote it.
Blizzard chokes hard and howls as ghosts do. I'm not gonna get into the stories right now unless I was prompted to do so.
Oh yeah.
But like literally, there was like ghost stories from that time when everybody was at my house. It's pretty freaky.
Yeah. I love this song. 9.4 for me.
Oh, 9.4. 8.9 for me.
Excellent. Love the song. If you're a square and you're in regular YouTube, then, you know, whatever. But, guys, we got more songs coming up. Shout out to the full English breakfast for song number 1. Song number 2 is coming up real quick. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. Either Amy Lee or Soraya, I need a white background for the most recent picture with the bear. Y'all know what I'm talking about? We need a white background. We're almost there. Did I tell you we had to sign a consent form? I said, it's our kid.
Doesn't matter.
I shall return.
Proof. You need to prove it.
No, we don't need to prove it. We just need first and last names.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, Amy... My heart fluttered when I saw Immortal, then realized there's no my in front. Oh. Amy, are you good to send that thing to Vin with a white background? Because if I start doing it, I'm not going to be able to hang out with the chat. So if you're able to do that, great. If you can't, let me know and I will... That's true. I wonder if he has it over there. A long December. I'll tell you what. I better hold that back and not say that one. Hug the koala for me, Sori. Now, Adam, why would I do that? What was it? It was $22 to watch him get beat up. I would hug him for $5. I'm selling it low. We need some Tom on here. Well, yeah. Yes, Doug. That surely is what's happening on. Oh, I think we had a super chat. Hold on, here it is. Jim Frozen. I was raised in Flatbush 60s, 70s, David Bowie, Rebel. Ah! Is that Bowie? Or is that Bowie? I don't know how that's pronounced. I knew a woman that was like totally into him. She was crushing him big time. No, it was 22 to beat up the koala. 5 to give him a hug. Vax the koala on stream. Tom waits. Sorry. Yep. Oh, I see. Because Adam is the koala. That's why he wants me to hug it tonight. He's got... Beat the koala. He's, You guys, no joke. We still have our air conditioner in right now. And it's like, I don't know, 46 degrees or something. Huh?
You're right.
About which thing?
We gotta take that shit out tomorrow, bro.
Yeah, so the air conditioner is still in. So this whole room is freezing.
Did Amy say she was gonna make the white background?
She said save it as a PNG and it'll have the white background. Duh. That's what she said.
I already saved it as a PNG.
No, not as a PNG, as a JPEG.
Hit the koala. Blood for the blood god. I don't know how to do that shit, so whatevs. Oh, why are we hitting 22? 22 for hugging the koala. 22 and a half. It's 34
I told him we'll let it go cheap tonight. Tonight. You're the one that set that price, Vin. All right.
What did we do? Did we set $22 for hitting the koala?
Yeah.
And people did that shit. He said
5 people.
He said some horrible shit to a pregnant person though.
No, that wasn't that night.
Or it was about a miscarriage or something.
No, that wasn't that night. I don't believe, was it?
I'm pretty sure.
Pretty sure people just wanted him hit.
I'm pretty sure it was. He made a mistake. He made a mistake and he paid dearly for it.
Yep.
People are unforgiving. Unforgiving.
Okay, you guys. Next song on the list is.
Oh, are you?
Okay, so is she sending that to you, or do you need
Jay in the house? Shout out to the homie. No, I really need her to say. Thank you, Amy. I'm so happy that I can depend on you. So happy to have a business partner we can depend on.
You see, that's never mind.
I'm completely joking, but I knew you were gonna get in your feelings on it.
You're not joking.
I knew you're gonna get your. I knew you're gonna look. She's
joking.
legit in her feelings.
Yo, it does.
I tell this broad. I tell her all the time. I'm like, yo, you're such a good bit. You're so amazing. Blah blah blah. She's like, yeah. Then the one time I say something like she construes as negative, like that's the only thing she holds on to, and then she's gonna jump on it in a week.
That's not what my issue is. My issue is I can't do both of them at the same time. So either I was gonna go in there and focus on getting the white background, or I was gonna be talking in the comment section. And so I don't like the damned if you do, damned if you don't feeling.
It was literally a joke. I literally said it just to get you all riled up.
Yeah, that's nice, Vin.
I know how you are.
Because it hasn't been an annoying enough day.
I know how you are. No, the day hasn't been annoying.
For you.
What do you mean? Well, I'm the one that said it.
No, I had to do those stupid...
Hey, Sadie, text Soraya the thing about the broken tree and the straight tree or whatever. Because I want to look at that later. Jay in the house. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Okay, guys, we're coming right back with another banger for you beautiful people. Okay. It's by the band Immortal.
Not my Immortal. Immortal.
It's by the band Immortal. Coming soon, dear listener. I'm Vin.
I'm Sori.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them. That's what we're supposed to say, you dumb butt.
Yes, but I was waiting for you. Okay. We are doing a DJ stream for the full English breakfast.
The full English breakfast, bitches.
Don't get that confused with the Irish breakfast, because it's not. The next song on the list is Immortal-Beyond the North Waves.
Yes.
And this is
shout out to all our cool friends here. We got Fred Berg. There's another dude named Frozen. Jim Frozen. That's a badass table, I gotta say. Badass name. Jim Frozen. So shout out to all our new people. Good to see you guys. And then we've got a band named Immortal. We're doing the song.
I already read it. I'll read it again. Beyond the North Waves. Immortal, you know, but this track is from one of their greatest albums, Sons of Northern Darkness, on Nuclear Blast Records, came out 2002. This is another great of the meaning epic, and you might like it.
Now, what's the name of it again? Immortal-Beyond
the North Waves.
The North Waves?
Yeah, I gotta tell you. Yeah,
that makes me really cold.
I have to
I'm not gonna lie. That makes me really, really cold.
The full English breakfast. I freaking love the way you ordered your list.
Really?
Look, song 1, artist.
That's true.
Song, the breakdown, lyrics.
That's true.
Link to the song.
That's,
nailed it.
Yeah.
Nailed it.
Yeah. I have to say, well, I'll say it this way. It's extremely convenient.
Yes.
It's very, very convenient that we have that kind of a situation. I'm not going to lie.
I agree.
Okay, listener, here we go. Immortal-Beyond the North Wave with lyrics. Even more of a bonus. So I just wasted a bunch of time looking for the lyrics, and let's go. This feels like some Viking shit about to happen, right?
Interesting.
I was thinking the same thing. Ragnar Lothbrok. Ragnar Lothbrok.
Oh, yeah.
Woo, that drumming! Woo, that drumming! Let's go!
The shouting voices of our gods, singing on a calling wind, with the cold waves and the longbows brought us far. The sign of the warriors from Northland speak of greatness and strength. The sign of the warriors from Northland, and the sign of many greater men.
Skull.
Against the open, we travel on and on through the raging winds and stars. We arrived. The shattering voices of our gods, singing on the calling wind, with the cold waves and the longbows brought us far. With
racing the water right now. We're just underwater right now. Damn, bro.
I like that. It's like we were at the bottom of the boat.
The hell is going on here?
I like it.
Talk to the people.
What happened? Are we out?
I don't think we're out.
I don't know why our screen is black.
Can people hear us?
You guys
though?
hear us?
Hello? Type 22 if you can hear us, you dumb butts.
Do we get blocked?
I don't think we got blocked.
Can you?
Yeah. Type 22. See.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So they can hear us. They just can't see a brother.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I think I can solve that problem.
We're coming back. Color the world blackened. Okay, glad you guys can hear us. You'll be seeing us, and there we go.
We've returned, bitches!
Vin is a master. Vin's a
you
master.
guys, we should have pretended that the thing was
blocked.
That's actually not funny. It's pretty traumatizing.
It's really not. It's honestly awful.
Those guys shut us down for quite some time.
Okay. I have always loved the sound of having your head underwater. What was going on with
you there? Because you love that Viking shit.
I do like the Viking shit.
So what's going on with you when you hear the Viking stuff, and why do you like it so much?
I'll tell you. I think the reason why I like it is because I feel like it's the truest form of both male and females.
Really?
Now I don't know a lot about historical Vikings. I'm just going by what the shows portray. And so I love the shield maidens. I love that the men, like, the men would go away to war, and the women were not like these like pampered waifs that couldn't take care of themselves. Right. Like, when she got busy, and she yeah, and I loved that. She handled biz. I loved that about her, and I feel like that culture promotes strong women, which I think is
I would agree with that.
And I really like that. And I think that hard living obviously plays a part in that. But I also loved the celebration. Again, I don't know if this is historical. I'm just going from the shows that I've seen. I love the celebration of the fruit of your womb. So anytime that they would get pregnant, like, I mean, well, I don't want it to go too far, because I like that, like, in those shows, it almost looked like they celebrated the kid more than they did their own wife. And I don't go that far. You see what I'm saying? Like your kid's gonna be there for a little bit, and then the kid's gonna go. So, but he just let her go. Spoiler. I'm sure people have seen it, but you remember that whole thing?
Well, I mean, he was.
Oh boy, here we go.
He's knocking girls out when he was out on his travels, man.
Right. Yeah.
Like, he's a dude, bro. Like, he's.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. What, babe?
Go ahead.
So, but yeah, I like that. I liked that. Even though the women, I think that they portrayed them, they were kind of sad, when their guys would leave, but more so what was portrayed, I'm sure that they must have portrayed some sadness, but more that, to me, it looked like they portrayed that sort of strength, and like, okay, now we're going to band together, and they created a little mini community there and stuff. I like that. And
Sadie's saying one of the most elaborate and honored Viking warrior graves was that of a woman. There
we go, Sadie. Yes.
Yeah.
I knew we were friends for a reason.
Yeah.
So yeah, I love all that. I also I think I like the unapologetic way that they lived. Like, they just, again, from the show, it just looks like they don't give any excuses or explanations or apologies for themselves, their culture, or their roots. And a lot of times I feel like, and maybe it's because I don't know my own roots, but everything just kind of seems like, okay, well, if there's French in me, you picture the white flag. Everybody jokes about them waving the white flag. There goes the French, their white flags, and then there's the Native American, which of course gets mocked because I don't look like a Native American, so maybe there's nothing there, who knows. But there's just not like a lot that you can really like kind of stake your. But if somebody's like a Viking, like they're like, oh, historically there are Vikings in my. I feel like people are like, yes. I mean, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
I think that has to do with temporal and Vikings ended up getting conquered. right? By, you know.
Well,
so
I don't think we need to remember that part of
I
history.
mean, a lot of them got absorbed into Christianity. So I was listening to this guy, John, I forgot his name. I got introduced to him through Jordan Peterson. But he's talking about this concept of universal history is what he calls it. And, you know, I talk about the collective memory in the ancient Near East. People are like, why are there always a flood narrative? That means there was no flood if everybody says there was a flood. Shout out to Aaron Raw. Shout out to the homie.
Just not sure what to do with that logic there.
Of course.
That's so funny because somebody was just watching that interview and commented. I saw it like 2 days ago. All right. Anyway, shout out to
the homie. Shout out to the homies. It's just weird, bro. And of course, if there were no flood narratives, they'd be like, you would figure that everybody in the world would be talking about this shit.
Right.
Yeah, but, you know, it's a very interesting thing to me when I think about who gets celebrated and who gets looked on as a villain. So if you look at a guy like Genghis Khan, if I showed up in a Genghis Khan shirt, nobody would have a problem with it. But Genghis Khan was a horrible, terrible, murderous, lecherous, horrible human being who enslaved and killed countless people.
He's the one that spread his seed all over the place, right?
He's like, you know, I don't know, I forgot like the stat, like it's a ridiculous stat, like a third of the world has his DNA or some shit because he was such a prolific rapist. So I don't understand, like, I'm still trying to figure out what the algorithm is. You know what I'm saying? As and obviously the Vikings did nothing comparable to Genghis Khan. Or even Alexander the Great. Like, to this moment, we call him Alexander the Great. And I understand great is being used here not as, like, you're a great moral person, but you're a great person in the sense of Michael Jordan, Tom Brady, you're the greatest warrior, one of the top 3 of all time. But he killed a bunch of people and Hellenized pretty much the Western world, which, I don't know. I mean, was Hellenization really a bad thing? I mean, it set the world up for Christianity. You know what I'm saying? So like, he doesn't get looked upon as this horrible, terrible figure either. But he left a bunch of people dead. Whereas in the modern era, you got a guy like Bush, and Bush probably has as many bodies as Alexander the Great, comparatively speaking, and all of us hate Bush for what he did. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, yo. And it was really interesting. I was listening to, we were listening to Vlad yesterday, and we were talking about how, you know, Bill Cosby's legacy is completely destroyed and all this, and that, but Elvis's legacy is okay. Elvis was also a child. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was. We did that thing where we talked about
Elvis?
all the rock icons. We did this like a year ago when the Manson stuff came out. All the rock icons who had groomed and slept with 14, 13-year-old kids who were groupies and all that, and their reputations are completely intact. They did songs about it, for God's sake. So it's like, okay, Marilyn Manson's horrible, he's terrible, we should burn all the Marilyn Manson CDs, but then Elvis and all these other people, you know, the guy, Mama, baby, so shady. I don't want to miss that. Steven Tyler.
Yeah, okay.
I guess he wrote a song about some underage groupie that he was, you know, getting down with or whatnot, and that's okay. People say, well, it's a different time period, but Marilyn Manson, he's horrible. We're not supposed to like him. Genghis Khan, So my point is, the Vikings are going over to other people's lands uninvited, you know, stirring up all this jihad and warfare, and they get celebrated, but then other people can't celebrate their ancestors because we're more proximate in time and geography to their horrible conquering ways. I mean, I look at everything through the lens of the Bible, so I'm like, yeah, these are sinners. So Genghis Khan, all these people, they're all the same to me. They're people who were massively gifted by God, who use their powers for evil to aggrandize themselves and hurt a lot of people in the process. But because they're image bearers of God, I can still see the greatness in it and celebrate the greatness in it, even though that greatness has been marred by their sinful nature. And so the contradiction makes sense. But outside of that kind of framework, the algorithm is almost completely random about who gets celebrated and who. There's people that get celebrated for that shit, like Alexander the Great, I think. And then there's people where people just look the other way, like I think Genghis Khan and maybe the Viking. Like we look the other way, like okay. And then there's people that like get completely, Hitler and all the Germans at that time period, they were all horrible. All those Germans, terrible.
Yeah, wow, yeah.
And like, so I just don't understand, like, where is the... Yeah, it's the same thing like Che Guevara. He was like, yo, if I had an atomic bomb, I would bomb New York. And yeah, we'd kill a bunch of innocent people, but that's a price we need to pay. And then people are walking around with Che Guevara shirts. The guy was a murderous fucking horrible person who killed a bunch of people without trial. So it's just one of those things where I'm like, these guys can sing about this shit, but I mean, let Pantera come out with a new song where they're celebrating how they're answer. We sailed the Atlantic.
Yeah.
We sailed the Atlantic and we took those. we bought those African. They would get crucified. I was just looking at it a couple days ago. Somebody said something about Pantera, and I never comment on Instagram, and I just had to comment on Instagram and say. I'm never going to not listen to Pantera or Dime because they had Confederate flag, any of that shit. And everybody knows I'm a lover of my people. Like, and there's nobody on YouTube that's going like that in this space that has gone to war and lost subscribers and money over love for my people than me. But I'm not going to make that the be all end all of whatever. And if we can celebrate these people, which I think in a sense we should, for all the reasons you listed, then it's ridiculous to say I can't listen to Pantera if I'm black. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's all I'm trying to figure out is, like, who...
Yeah, I think a lot of it comes to just proximity to you and how you feel. Like, so there was this... I just had this thought the other night because I was scrolling through Facebook and these people that we know got a puppy. And the woman was saying, I guess something happened to the puppy on the drive home. The puppy's fine now, but something went wrong on the drive home. And she panicked and she said, I was crying so hard. And I was like, she didn't even know about this puppy X amount of time ago. Didn't care at all about the puppy. But now all of a sudden the puppy is hers. So now she's crying about the puppy and cares if something happens to the puppy. And I was thinking about how we have this idea that when something is valuable to us, now all of a sudden it has value. Well, it had value before. Right. Just like every human being has value. But I thought, that's why I asked you the other night, I said, does God love everybody?
Right.
Because God loves everybody and he gives value to everybody. And so even if you're not loved by everybody or you're not loved by the person beside you, that doesn't take away from your value because all your value comes from God who gives that to you.
Right.
So I think that a lot of this is just proximity to it. Like, if you were affected or people were affected, then all of a sudden you become aware of what's going on. So, for instance, excuse the word, but growing up, we all, you might call somebody stupid or you might call them a retard, which was a word that we just kind of threw around haphazardly at my house. And my parents were very strict about not cursing. But I think saying the R word is way worse than saying a curse word. And especially the way that we were using it to other people. And then I ended up meeting people that their brother was mentally handicapped, and so he was like, hey, that was really hurtful when you said that. And I was like, what? Like, it didn't even process, it didn't even occur to me that and then he said, like, my brother has struggled with that his entire life. He was born that way, and our family has felt the fallout of that because everywhere we go, there's people staring at us, people commenting, people saying horrible things, and like trying to find your space and all of that when you can see it's hurting your mother, but you haven't been taught to fight, so then you're not going to fight, but yet you want to protect your brother and your mother. It's just a messy situation. And then from that, I was able to say, yeah, hey, that we shouldn't say that. People should never say that. And so I think that the same is true of stuff like this. Whatever affects you, or what you've been made aware of. Like, I think that there's probably very few cultures, if any, that there's not something to celebrate. If you saw...
No, I think all cultures necessarily have something to celebrate because cultures are simply the collective expression of the norms and the mores of a group of people. But groups of people are created in the image of God. Yeah. So there's always going to be something to celebrate.
Right. I was thinking of like headhunters and stuff.
It's easier. I think it's easier to celebrate the Vikings because they ultimately lost. Right. So like for example, like I think
flesh that out a little
I think
bit.
if the roles were reversed, so for example, if some Catholic band came out and said, "Yeah, we defeated the Vikings," and yada yada yada, I don't think that band would be very popular in Scandinavia. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying? Because they lost. Mm-hmm. So you can't come out and I don't think that band would be popular. I don't think if they said we destroyed, we made Odin bow to Christ and all the rest of it, like they do with us, like. And I gotta say, like, for me, it's like, well, it's okay, like, because we won, Christians won. So, yeah, say what, yeah, man, because it's like Dorian fighting Johan. You see what I'm saying? But if Dorian did a song about how he beat up Johan today, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's. So I think like that maybe is part of it. And so now because it's over. The jihad has been over for centuries or whatnot. You can look and say, well, that's a redeemable quality. Like, especially from a Christian worldview, the dominion mandate, be fruitful, multiply, fill the earth, and subdue it. And so they had this sort of itch for expansion and for growth and for scaling and bigger and better. And you know what I'm saying? And obviously from a biblical perspective, there's a line you can cross where it's too much. Because then you start functioning to just build better just for the sake of doing it. I'll tear down this barn and build another one.
It's literally what I was thinking of.
But I think like the exploration, the propensity for human beings to innovate, and you see this with Cain's. The first mention of a city in the Bible doesn't come from like the righteous. It comes from Cain and his descendants. Cain and his descendants are credited with metallurgy, music, the whole 9 yards.
Right.
And I think that to me is a celebration by God of Cain's society. In wisdom, I think in Proverbs 8 says, "And my delight was in the sons of Adam, or the children of men." That God delights in that. He delights to see us growing up. And becoming older and dominating nature and saying, holy shit, Tubal Cain figured it out. He figured out if you put strings at this tension and play them at the same time, it's going to do something. And if he does that over and over again, it creates a pattern. It's going to do something that he can't really describe. He figured it out. I think Genesis, I think it's 4 or 5, is a celebration of the society that Cain created. And you can separate. As a matter of fact, it says, and these were the days when men began to call on the name of the Lord. That came from Cain's line. So, like, I just think that, and a lot of Christians won't say that. I don't think I've ever heard a Christian say that, and that's fine. I'll be a bad unorthodox Christian, but people have this simplistic view of human beings where you're all good or you're all bad, and
it's easier that way.
And look, if God can ever celebrate anything I've done, then it's no mystery to me that he could celebrate Cain or Ragnar, or some horrible colonialist on a ship, or some horrible African who's raping some girl in Liberia, because there's something in him, but we don't want to say that. We don't want to say that, so we want to curate which bad guys we celebrate and which bad guys we want to martyr.
I think the trouble with that way of thinking, though, is that if you only have a paradigm for all good or all bad, and you recognize that you do things that are wrong, I mean, if you're honest with yourself, then you don't have a space except to say, well, I'm all bad. And you don't want to be all bad. And so then it can kind of like, people can start saying, well, you see what I'm saying?
What do you mean? If you say that again?
If you say, well, that person's all bad, and that's why, and you don't have a space for saying, well, people can be bad and people can be good simultaneously. Right. Then you say, well, that person gets what they get because they're bad. Right. And then you have to paint yourself as good because you don't want to think that you're that bad. Right. And instead of saying, well, you know what I mean, I'm good at some stuff and I'm terrible at other things, then there's no space for that. Then you're either all good or you're saying, you know what I mean? It kind of creates 100%. A messy environment.
100%. But I'm assuming these guys are descendants of these guys. They made some badass music as a backdrop. Holy smokes. Again, it wasn't mega. Please be careful with that thing.
Yes, that's why I set it down
it's
here.
It's about 10 grand on this table right now. Please, just be very careful. Shout out to Delaney in the house. Yeah. I just think that it's an amazing song. They did a really, really, really good job, putting it up for their homies. Mm-hmm. And it says it's the saga of many a great man. And I don't think they're great in the sense of the biblical sense of great, ultimately, the way you want your sons to be great, but they were the Michael Jordans of their era. They were great men in the way that Alexander the Great was, and all the Brother Mitzvah Farrakhan got in trouble because he said Hitler was a great leader.
I
And
can see how
people
you
went
get
all
in trouble
crazy,
with that.
and I think he was being, wise as a serpent, gentle as a dove. He's like, what do you mean, of course? And he talk about Alexander the Great and all the rest of it. He's like, Alexander the Great killed a bunch of people. We're not saying he was great for killing people. We're saying that he was great because he was an obviously great leader. Mm-hmm. And
I mean, he did,
no, he did.
I mean, he got people to go around him and do some really, really horrible stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm not blaming him for everything that happened, but he was the leader at that time.
100%.
And the fact that he was able to get that many people to go along with that bullshit
he's
means
great in
he
that
had
sense.
some,
It's very hard to get people marching in the same direction.
Exactly.
It really, really is. And he figured it out. So in that sense, it's great. But in the sense of, the collective effect on all of us, obviously, right?
God,
It's kind of
yeah.
like, and I think collectively, honestly, that's what they're going to say about America in 150, 200 years. When they read the history books about this country, they're going to be like, holy shit, those motherfuckers. Right? But I think there's going to be a conflict in 150 years because a lot of the innovations and things that, honestly have come from us. And so the new world is going to be built based on our innovations. Mm-hmm. And also our moral kind of compasses that we haven't been able to live consistently with. And if postmillennialism is true, in 150 years, collectively, humanity is going to be better than they are now. So they're going to look back at us and say, holy shit, these guys were horrible, but we would not have this virtual reality speech translator where you can talk to somebody in Yugoslavia as if you were talking to somebody right next to you. Like, if it weren't for the Americans, it wouldn't be that. So there's going to be this giant contradiction. Well, that's just human nature.
It's like that with even what we were just talking about, Hitler and everything that he did. I mean, a lot of our medical, I don't know about a lot, but our medical advances came from that crazy shit they were doing to those poor people.
Yeah.
And we got medical benefits from that.
Sure.
And, it's kind of...
It's counterintuitive.
Yeah, I know.
And here comes Doug Johnson. There's going to be a conflict real soon, all caps. Not 150 years. You better get ready. There's nothing in the Bible that says that. And I'm not sure, geopolitically speaking, that we could even create a third world war. But that's a different topic. But where do you get this off? This
line is pretty cool. My time will be remembered. My time it will be known by my sons, by my tribe, by the sun, the sea, the moon.
Woo!
And I really, really like that
Hot
idea.
Fire!
I think as great as that is, we have the best version of that in Christianity because everything that's done here has... It resounds in the future, into eternity. So everything that we do echoes into eternity. And the best and biggest things that we can do is having our children.
And not in a metaphorical
children
sense.
And they become everything that echoes in their lifetime also echoes because we were a part of what I mean?
We don't believe it in the metaphorical sense either. We believe that we will be able to see the ramifications of those echoes.
Yes. And one thing that's cute, sometimes I feel like Jesus is a little bit like everybody gets a trophy, even though he's not. But so he said that whatever the reward is for a prophet, the prophet's reward, if you give a drink of water to the prophet, then you get the prophet's reward.
Tzedakah.
So I feel like he really sets stuff up.
Last be first and first be last. Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, this one.
You don't want a participation trophy. It's like, how did you get in, dummy?
Right.
You got in by saying you can't do anything to earn it, right? So, yeah, that's a good point. What do you get the song?
You go first.
9.895. Really, really, really good song.
Okay, 9.2.
9.2. Okay, very good. Very good. Well, there you are, dear listener. Don't listen to M. Death Fan. The world is not going to end tomorrow, and the Bible does not say there's going to be some big, giant conflict, and we're all going to die very soon, and all the rest of it. Nobody's going to make you get a tattoo and all this shit. Don't listen to M. Death Fan. M. Death Fan's already too much, Tim LaHaye, Left Behind, and all that shit. Left Behind is not the Bible. Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. Shout out to M. Death Fan. Shout out to M. Death Fin. That's my guy. JB, I just finished my chaga, so now I'm going on my water regimen. I'm very disciplined about this shit.
I'm going to get my chaga.
You're going to get your chaga.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
So what? What are you going to do about it, Vin?
Tita Bonina, I don't think I've ever given a grade like that before.
You have all the songs downloaded?
Nope. Chaga, listen, Jambi, you gotta Google it, bro. Chaga is the shiz. I don't know if you're gonna if you're gonna find chaga where you live, but if you can, you should. Once you take the 70 AD pill, you will never read the New Testament the same way ever again. I can't take any interpretation of the Bible seriously that doesn't factor this in. I agree. And it even bleeds into textual criticism, to be honest with you. But yeah, I agree. If you don't take 70 AD into account in the backdrop of the apocalyptic literature of the New Testament, I got a hard time. I'm not going to say listening to you because that's the majority report right now. But I just, honestly, if somebody's never really understood a preterist or a partial preterist understanding of the New Testament, I actually get really excited because I remember one time I was watching a debate with Douglas Wilson and Chris Hitchens. And Hitchens goes, Jesus clearly thought that he was going to come back within the generation, and he clearly didn't. So what could you do with that? And he smokes and he drinks his little whatever. And then Douglas Wilson, who I'm not a very big fan of, comes to just wreck him with a preterist understanding of Matthew 24. And you could tell that poor Hitchens was like, he didn't know what to do with himself. that was a funny one. But yeah, it makes me excited actually when I hear a preterist, like when I see somebody's not familiar with a preterist understanding of, the New Testament. I read Left Behind shortly before and a long time after leaving Christianity. I could barely get through it. Yeah, I could definitely see how Left Behind could push you out of Christianity for sure. Chaga is 16 from my local health store. How disappointing. I don't know if that's too cheap or too expensive. When you study it, the last time on record the world was as crazy as it was today was just before World War II. Really? Like we had cures, we had vaccinations for polio, things of that nature, and all the rest of it. Prior to World War II. We've made so many advancements. I was just listening to an agency guy yesterday he was talking about a major disagreement that he had with one of his station chiefs, and the station chief was, that's dangerous. We live in dangerous times. Everything's dangerous. And dude was like, what are you talking about? We live in actually one of the safest times in human history. And I agree with him. This guy's been around the world, and so have I. Like, when you comparatively speak, like, just look at life in the Middle Ages, man. We have it really, really good. The world is not going completely crazy. It's not hell in a handbasket. You just have access to information about human suffering that no human group of people have ever had, ever. So it looks like everything is crazy, but it's not. It really isn't. I love James B. Jordan. I love Lightheart, and I'm not going to penalize them for, look, they're Presbyterians. It is what it is. So I'm not going to penalize them. I'm not with the second or third degrees separation. And if Douglas Wilson does something good, like, for example, Douglas Wilson's David Chronicles was amazing. The best treatment of 1st and 2nd Samuel I've ever seen in my entire life. I did a teaching series modeled on it. So I would recommend anybody listen to that. So, yeah, I agree with you. For sure. For those drinking, here you are, Douglas Johnson, saying the world is going crazy. I've got a guy from Australia, New Zealand, Iraq, Iran in the house, Britain in the house. Unnamed places. And the world is going crazy. And we're all talking to each other, getting along, loving each other. Come on, bruh. Things are a lot better than they were before. For sure. James B. Jordan stuff on theology is some of the most impressive stuff I've read, honestly. 100%. James B. Jordan is a beast. He's an absolute beast.
I'd take a shot right now. If somebody put a shot in front of me, I would take it.
Here's BC. Hitchens would rip you a new one.
I think that's such a disgusting phrase. Ugh.
People always say that it's always a strange thing. Like, he would do this to you. He would do that to you. I'm just some kid. I barely graduated high school. Christopher Hitchens, Aaron Ra, all these people. These are like, Matt, why would you even put me in the same ring as these people?
You're one of the greats, babe.
And how would he rip me look.
Stop, babe.
2 + 2 is always going to equal 4, right? Like, the arguments are very basic. They're basic arguments, right? And they haven't changed, right? Since we know that matter has a beginning point, that means there has to be a non-material intelligence. Since we know that systems are created by intelligence, like, these are very basic arguments that are impossible to overcome.
See, these
the hard problem of consciousness, BC. Christopher Hitchens did not solve the hard problem of consciousness, bro.
Nope.
Like, I'm not trying to be pedantic here, but it doesn't matter how much, Bertrand Russell's, Bertrand Russell wrote an entire book of problems, right? None of which have been even begun to be answered from an atheist worldview. So
nothing can be done, babe.
You know what I'm saying?
How would he even...
You think 2 + 2 is 4, but I've got a mathematician who can show you otherwise. Well, then you show me then. Right? Like, if you said something against the Bible or against God, I wouldn't say, well, Perkinos will show you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like,
you would say.
I would say it.
Yeah.
I would say, I will tear you up or whatever it is. I wouldn't appeal to Perkinos, even though Perkinos is, I've got Stephen Armour in the room. I got Perk in the room. That's what? 50 degrees of way more intellect than me and research than me. But I wouldn't appeal to those brothers because on a basic level, these are all basic issues, little bro. Like, I don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand this stuff. Okay, BC, I'll give you 10 free song reviews if you can solve the problem of induction, a la Bertrand Russell. Solve induction for me. Like, this is just one of them. It's just one. You see what I'm saying?
I do, babe.
He would turn you. God help me. I got it.
And the way that you say it is so, like, and how would you, 2 + 2 is, right. I mean, it's impossible. How are you going to do that when somebody knows their facts?
And then XBM. It's sad to see Aaron devolve further and further in his argumentative skill. Yeah, he said something about rocks being atheists. I didn't really think that was real, but apparently it's real. I don't understand this stuff. I'll be back, guys. I'll be back. Shout out to BC. I love you, bro. I love you.
Somebody help the man.
First of all, the man has perished. He's no longer among the living.
Oh.
He's not an atheist anymore.
No, he's not. Adam, no, we're not. We are, if we do any extra songs, it would be that one for the guy in the military. But I don't think we're taking any extras. But who knows? Who knows what will happen? Vin has been known to make those decisions last minute, so who knows? Pulling up the stream here, guys. I was off the page uploading something. Oh, Rawl. No, I don't. I actually like them, but so Vinny is extremely particular about consistency. If there was something that his mother cooked for him when he was a kid that has a weird consistency, he's fine with that. But if his mother didn't cook it for him when he was little, and it has a weird consistency, it's a no-go. So enchiladas, he would not be, or enchiladas, I don't know how you would pronounce it. He's not into that because you wrap it and they get kind of like soggy a little bit, and he's out for the count on that one. So I never make them. But you know what? I like them, so I'm probably going to do that sometime soon. A lot of times I don't want to cook 2 meals because it's just already tiring enough to make the one big meal. So I just make like a giant amount of whatever it is that I'm making, which is impossible right now because I can't smell and I can't taste. So I am like just guessing amounts of stuff when I'm doing it. So is Vin finicky? I think that he is. Like, I think that there's a lot of things that he, like, picky, as in what he likes to eat. I think that he's picky. Like, you know, he likes everything, like, he likes to have, like, everything cooked. So, he's not, like, gonna just sit down and eat a cold sandwich. You. They're asking if you're finicky. And I think that means, like, picky as far as food goes. And you're very particular about textures. So, I prefer ham for Thanksgiving. You know what? I think a lot of people do too. But I'm telling you, you guys, cut an apple in half or a couple of apples in half and stuff them inside of your bird. And it makes the most moist food ever. You can use apples and you can use onions. Tina's the one that taught me that. She told me to put it in the brine, which was really great. And like when I stuff it inside the cavity now, all the stuff comes out moist. I'm like, okay, this is what I should have been doing all along. Because the apple, it's got so much moisture in it that it's just going to keep like steaming basically with a nice sweetness throughout the whole thing. You've been enjoying the chicken lately, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
I have.
There's my tip for you. There's my tip for all you Thanksgiving connoisseurs.
Mayo is a suck for a law, Adam. And mayo is not a gift from God. It's actually a tool of Satan. As you can see, Satan never comes up with anything originally. He always has to bastardize God's good things. Mm-hmm. So vinegar and comes from God, and eggs come from God. But when you combine the two and try to ferment them into some mushy mess, you get the abomination, I can't even say it properly, known as mayonnaise. And that's an obvious proof that the devil is real. So, that's clear. I'd invite you to repent of your bastardization of eggs and vinegar, but
I'm switching off of my, like, I never used to be like such a like, ooh, that's so gross looking person as much as you are, but somebody made like a potato soup or something like that.
Allahu Akbar.
And like it was like a white sauce and it was like dripping down the side of the bowl.
Okay, enough.
Well, I want to finish the story. That's as far as the grossness goes. Anyway, they posted this picture on Facebook.
Lies.
And I'm like, lies.
Yeah, you said that's as far as the grossness goes, and then
that they
you
posted it on
about
Facebook. No, I didn't go into any more. I meant I'm not going any more into the
Facebook.
details.
Disgusting.
Yeah, it is.
All right, you wonderful people. Void of Silence, Human Antithesis is next. That should engender a very interesante conversación. For sure. Repair man.
Oh wait.
What?
I gotta read it when we get there.
Void of Silence. We're gonna read it before.
No, you gotta do the commercial first. What? Did you already do the commercial?
All right, there, listener. We're going to the commercial. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. Buy our merch indeed, and a child shall lead them. I got it all, babe. Okay, we are in the full English breakfast stream. If you are seeing this in the future, which would make us in the past, then you're a square. That's what it says. But if you're here with us tonight, amazing.
I actually say that at the end of the song, you weirdo.
Yes. I didn't say when you said it. I just said you said it.
Okay.
Let's not argue about that. So our song that we're up to do is Void of Silence is the band. Human Antithesis is the name of the song. Void of Silence are from Rome, Italy. This is the title track from their third album that came out in 2004 on Italian label code 666.
Oh boy.
This is the most provocatively bleak song I know. The sound scales are charismatic and epic, and the sense of certain inevitably in the human race. I don't know what I did wrong with that reading. It's the longest song at 20 minutes and 16 seconds of doom blended with industrial gothic elements that have moments of beauty even in the darkest places.
Whoa. Huh.
Don't think you can order a 20-minute song unless you talk to us. The full English breakfast has special privileges to my knowledge.
Human Antithesis, let's go. Holy shit, it's really 20 minutes.
Leggiamo 11 messaggi speciali.
Where are the lyrics?
Il Corriere di Lione. Enrico non studia. Sempre più in alto. Maria si prepari. Martino non parte. Abbi fede. Anna dorme. La mia barba è bionda. La galletta è vuota. Le torbe sono acerte. Le castagne sono chiuse. Ripetiamo. Il Corriere di Lione. Enrico.
Nerve-wracking sounding.
I know. Bad roller coaster.
Oh, jeez, babe. Fuck you. You're in trouble now. Wow.
crippled children in hope of salvation. And you will lay them down to die. For salvation does not come. And the work you have placed upon your life is finally revealed as nothing. Where the work you have placed upon your life it is finally revealed as nothing. Your empty prayer.
due to war? Was it for this that your ancestors died? Was it for this that the land was stained blood red? Here and now we face the end of all things, the final and the absolute. Planting seeds within the nuclear generation. Planting hope where there was none. A hope that we may sweep all before us and crush their memory. whose hand is turned by the grinding wheels of history. I ask a simple question. Who shall stand and who shall fall? Whose deeds shall become song? Whoa! And whose words shall become law?
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow.
This guy can write his ass off.
Yeah,
Holy
and
shizzle.
secondly, his 20-minute song, was it really 20 minutes?
It says 2015.
Didn't feel like 20 minutes.
Isn't that weird? We've listened to a lot of 4-minute songs that felt like a half an hour, my G.
Yeah. No, this is a good one. This one
It's a
was
very
really good.
strange effect.
This one was... It really had that creepy feel at the beginning, like... Not creepy. Dangerous. Actually, it felt dangerous.
Well, somebody said it sounded like you were in a prison.
Yeah.
And I felt like that was a very good...
Yeah. And you
like
were trapped there.
I feel like the... Yeah. Like when,
And it wasn't
when
gonna be
dudes
good.
are describing solitary
Oh my god.
confinement, you know.
Well,
like,
I was picturing like one of those old dated prisons where they were like in shackles and lit by little torches.
Yeah, it did have that, but
That's
you were in
the
like
type-
some horrible dungeon, bro.
Yeah, like a really, really bad one. And it was not going to go well for you. It didn't matter who you were.
That's a brave pick.
This is where the dream ends, where the soul of every man and woman
But I
is
just want to
broken.
say, like, as Raya said, like, you know, you guys know the price of the songs and the DJ streams and stuff, but if you come at us with a 20-minute song, that's like 3 or 4 songs stuck into one, you're probably going to get a response email from Soraya, unless you're in the... Look, we always reserve the right to do that shit. We do inner
Yeah.
circles, we do favorites, we do it
Yeah.
all the time, and we don't lie about it. And there's nothing wrong with that. You're allowed to have friends.
Yeah.
Tina's been with us since day one. She's a Bible boogier, which, you know, that's... Bible boogiers are different.
Oh, I know.
For us.
Yeah. I mean, Tina's more than even that. Like, I'm not saying that you were limiting her to that.
No.
But, you know, she's been around for a long time with us.
Isn't she the one that
She
showed
was
you the
like-
apple trick?
Yeah, she's the one that taught me the apple trick with,
Yeah.
you know, when you're cooking, and she came on with me like a couple Thanksgivings ago.
Yeah.
Not forgotten your information.
Yes.
Actually, the kids fucked up my cookbook. I mean, they did. They really did. They dumped some kind of sugary mixture, and it got all over all the pages that are covered in plastic. So then all the pages were stuck together and started molding. So then Johan was like, well, let me try to take care of that. He created the mess. He's like, let me try to take care of that. So he washed all the pages very good, but then he put everything back in, and it's like the soups are with the breads, and the bread is with the dessert. Everything's all mixed up. So
And
I may
that-
need some tips again this
That
year.
leads right back into this is where the dream ends.
Where the soul of every man and woman is broken.
Where you carry your crippled children in hope of salvation and lay them down to die.
Salvation does not come.
Where the worth you have placed upon your life is finally revealed as nothing. Your weeping and wailing shall assuage no God. Let these words echo deep in your heart, for you shall hear them again and again. Cease your weeping and wailing. No one can hear you. My words will cut your flesh like a knife.
You know, there was a lot of that sort of talk that was in the concentration camps, you know, from the books that I had read when I was a kid. And they would say, like, there is no God, and there's no God that's going to come and help you. Nobody's going to save you and stuff. And there's this sort of arrogance that those people were getting when they were... Because life and
that's
death
interesting.
is in the hands of God. And he's the one that determines our comings and our goings. But people can get like this kind of demented, twisted idea that they're the ones that are behind it. And so I think that they had a sort of satanic, sort of godlike energy that was radiating from them. And the levels of horror that they inflicted upon other human beings is just absolutely indescribable.
I think, you know, people always talk about how belief in God is a crutch to deal with the exigencies of the world. Lack of belief in God can also function the exact same way. Because it gives you the ability to say, I have overcome this superstition and I'm dealing with the world as it is, because it doesn't matter. Those situations are still outside of your control, and you're still beholden to them. But being able to say, somehow it gives you some sort of control of your circumstance, because at minimum you could say, well, I don't believe in that God guy, and you can control that. All these other horrible things are happening to you, especially in a concentration camp. You've got no control of it, but you can control rejecting God. And so there's a certain solace in that. There's a certain solace in saying, man, fuck that guy, bro. Like, and there's nothing more heartbreaking to the heart of the, and I'm not saying this from experience, because I don't know what that's like, because my kids have always been, you know, I just got a text, it broke my heart from Sailor Bear. You know, she's under the weather. And she goes, are you guys coming down? Well, she didn't say you guys, she said me. She said she missed me. She hadn't seen the homie in a while. So, like, I don't know what that's like, but I could tell you, like, the easiest way for the kids to hurt me would be to act like I don't exist. Like that. You know, there's not a lot of things my kids could do to hurt me. You know what I'm saying? Like, physically or any other way. Financially, like, they can't hurt me. But if they were to act like I don't exist, that would absolutely hurt me. So, it's a very strange thing. It's almost like the reversion to that kind of atheism in the context of suffering is actually confirmation that they're a child of God to a degree. Because you can only hurt your dad if he cares about you. You can only shut out your dad. You're only going to use that as a tactic if you think that that's going to hurt him. But you're not going to assume that's going to hurt him unless you think he loves you. Now, obviously, what I'm doing is I'm Romans 1-ing the situation, right? Because Romans 1 says, I'm not certain that this is talking about all of humanity, but it says in general that we know that God exists, but that we suppress the truth in unrighteousness because we want to continue in our life of sin or whatever. But particularly for people in a concentration camp who are Jewish, who have a theistic background, and, you know, in the 40s, there were not a bunch of atheists running around waving the flag. You know what I'm saying? God has always had a very strained relationship with the Jewish people.
Yep.
In the sense of, you know, there's this famous saying, like, something to the effect of, God, thank you for choosing us, choose somebody else. Because it kind of put the bullseye on them from day one. So it's a very, very, very interesting way of coping with pain and suffering as a way of punishing God while simultaneously controlling some kind of major outcome in your life.
Yeah.
So I just thought Stephen Armour says total failure at being an atheist despite studying physics 7 years of chemistry. Yeah, I mean, and I had a failed attempt at unbelief as well during my high school years. You know, I was I don't do a lot of things very well, and trying to be an atheist was one of the things I failed miserably at. I was running around telling my brother there was no God and all this other stuff, and it was just like, like, I don't know, like the way they would look at me, they're like, yeah, Vin, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't really feel like they took it that seriously. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I didn't have like something like that, but even still now there are certain things that make me so angry, and so I'll be like telling God, like, I am mad at you for that, I am so mad at you for that.
Yeah.
But then, and like sometimes I feel like, don't even talk to me, but then like it doesn't take very long before I'm like, oh yeah, and I'm like praying, and then I'm like, wait a minute, strike that from the record, I'm still mad. Yeah. You know, we talk about that all. I think it was Psalm 27 where the psalmist says, man, look away from me so that I could see, live a little,
so I could be happy.
Yeah. Because
every time you look at me, there's some bad shit happening. So do me a favor, bro, and just go that way. Like, look away from me. Which is mind-boggling considering the Aaronic benediction where the Lord bless you and keep you. May the Lord cause his face to shine upon you.
Give you peace. So you know, in the world of numbers, at least, God's face shining upon you was the ultimate, right? So it's a really, so I could feel the pain in this guy's situation. You never renounced Jesus, did you? No, I never renounced Jesus, man. I was going around telling everybody I was an atheist, and then I would go upstairs in my room and like turn down the radio real low, just low enough to where I could put it right here and listen to John McCarthy. I'd listen to Hank Hanegraaff for an hour, Bible Answer Man. And then I would listen to John MacArthur from 7 to 7:30. Then it's so funny that you were doing it low.
Yeah. Then from 7:30 to 8 was Adrian Rogers. And then from 8 o'clock to 9 was Focus on the Family.
That's too much listening for me.
No, 8 o'clock to 8:30 was Focus on the Family. And then 8:30 to 9, which is really weird, was the Focus on the Family like radio drama series. But it was like
really?
for kids. Yeah. It was for
that
kids.
was for what time?
8:30 to 9. It was, but it was a
Supposed to be
kids.
right before they go to bed, I guess.
Probably. Okay, that makes
Give 'em a
sense.
little something and
Yeah, it
send
was a
'em off to
kids
bed.
show. It was a kids show.
Yeah.
And I would listen to that too. And then they had this lady called June Hunt from 9 to 11. She was a what do you call it? Like a counselor. She was horrible. She was so boring. These people would call up with all these problems, and they were very exotic.
I feel like
they were amazing problems.
Really boring for you to say it's boring.
Oh yeah, they were amazing problems, and she was a disaster.
Right here, I want you to put this up there.
She was
I
an
don't know if
absolute
it's true
disaster.
or not,
but she was so boring that I couldn't. So my point, I was running around telling everybody I was an atheist and all that, and it just.
But it didn't stick.
It didn't go very well. It didn't go very well. But this guy's going through it, obviously, and I think what he's saying here is stop, cease your weeping and wailing. That to me is the crux of the first part of the song. Right there.
No one can hear you.
It's horrible. It's horrible to say that, and it sounds like the guy is hopeless, but the goal of his unbelief is the cessation of pain.
Okay, I thought that this was the evil person putting this on the people that were in this situation.
Well, you perceive them to be evil because you're a Christian, right? You perceive them to be. You're saying, "Oh, this is an evil guy." I'm looking at this guy from a sympathetic stance.
No. I was looking at it as like one bad person that's talking to the other people that were imprisoned, and he's saying,
"Yes, you can look at it that. You could definitely look at it that way.
Don't bother to pray because nobody's coming to
you. You could look at it that way, but I don't look at it that way. What I look at it as is this guy is in so much pain, and the way that he solved his pain was to say there's no God to cry to, and so that sort of cauterized the wound. Like there's
that
multiple,
that makes so much sense to me.
Yeah. There's multiple ways to stop bleeding, right?
Mm-hmm.
There's multiple ways to stop the bleeding, but one very crass way is to heat up in a hot iron and then just.
Yeah, this is for deep wounds.
And murder those nerves, man. And so just like you have, by the way, I just created a new band name, The Murder Nerves. You're welcome.
That's free.
You don't even have to trade. You probably have to trademark that. But that's how I look at this kind of atheism. And I'm not saying that every atheist is like that. I'm talking about in the universe of this song, it seems to me that he's had an open wound all of his life. And the way that he closed that wound, the way he cauterized that wound was when he came to this realization or he convinced himself that there was no God, then it stopped him from crying out to anyone. And I think a lot of Christians people always ask me what have you learned from the channel or whatever, and yeah, I learned about metal and I learned about guitar and I learned about different theories. You listen to Stephen Armour or whatever, you're gonna hear different theories, like the Mohammedan scale. I had no idea that such a thing existed. But the biggest thing that I learned from this channel, and it has such a massive impact on me that's why I say most humans, when it's talking about Romans 1 and suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, I applied that to all human beings without exception. So anybody who said there's no God was just saying that because they were a horrible, terrible, rotten sinner and they were suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. Mm-hmm. And it wasn't until deep diving with these people, having relationships with these people, I'm specifically talking about the channel. Mm-hmm. Where I'm looking at, and again, I'm thousands of miles away. Sometimes I'm different countries away, but I'm looking at these people. I'm like, I don't know, bro. This to me seems more like, and please don't be offended, these are conversations I have with God. I said, this to me seems more like when I would listen to Focus on the Family and they would talk about adoption and adopting Russian babies. And they would talk about how these Russian babies, and I don't know if it was propaganda, you know how shit goes with Christian radio, but these babies were crying all the time, and nobody at the orphanage would come for them. So the babies became mute, and they just stopped crying. Yeah. And I'm like, God, there is a difference between a 5-year-old, or even Orion before he was a year old. He would take shit, and then he would go into the closet. Mm-hmm. Or there was one time when he did one of these things.
Yeah. He'd close his eyes.
He'd close his eyes. That kind of atheism or afatherism, which is if I close my eyes, you'll disappear so I can take the Snicker bar and not get in trouble. Mm-hmm. If I see you, then I can get in trouble. Mm-hmm. You know, he hasn't figured out this object permanence thing yet. Mm-hmm. So he would take the chocolate and he knew he wasn't supposed to have it. And he would close his eyes. This is like before he was really, really verbal. He would close his eyes and then he kind of do one of these things. I'm like, I'm still here, man.
Yeah.
And then he figured out if I go in the closet, they literally cannot see me. Mm-hmm. Okay, that to me is Romans 1. Mm-hmm. Like you're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. You're being silly. Your father's still there. Mm-hmm. I think there's a difference between that and the kid in the orphanage who just gives up crying.
Yeah.
That kind of atheism
Absolutely.
does not fit into Romans chapter 1.
Yeah.
But there's still a category for those kinds of atheists, which is in the Psalms, which is Psalm 27, right? Where the psalmist says, man, look away from me so that I can have some peace. Leave me alone, right? And so that is the biggest lesson, theological. I mean, it's been a life-altering lesson for me, where it's like, you know, I always talk about the layers of the human experience and layers of the human soul. And it's so crazy how you'll take this one verse when God has given you a plethora of these passages where you can locate people and say, hey, does your friend sound like this or does your friend sound like this? Mm-hmm. You know, I just got this text from my buddy Perk, my brother Perkinas, who that's my guy, bro. Arn, shout out to the homie Arn Ra. I gotta put this shit out on the. I gotta share this to the thing. I gotta share this to the thing because this is too much. Okay, hold on for a second. Shout out to Aaron Ra. Hey, Arn, don't be mad at me, bro. We did a like an hour and a half interview with Arn Ra.
Yep.
And he was massively generous and I airdropped it. He was massively.
I just wanted to see if we're able to. Yeah, I want you to put that on there.
Yeah, he was massively gracious and generous with his time. Arn Ra was. So first and foremost, I want to recognize that. But
he was very generous with his time.
He stayed way longer than he was supposed to stay with us, and it was a great discussion, and I appreciated the homie, and you know the. I wasn't like necessarily, I want to say I wasn't nice to him, but you know, I wasn't like, oh man, Aaron Ra. Like I really checked him on a couple things and he never quit. He didn't quit the end. He gave it right back and he went right for it. However, I have a problem here, bro. Here's Aaron Ra. To say that rocks are not atheists is to imply that they are theists, that they have a God belief, which they don't because they can't. And then Chris says, yes, rocks can't have belief, and hence they are neither atheist nor theist in that remark. Since atheism is the absence of theism, then rocks can only be atheist. So that kind of atheism is Romans 1 atheism. I'm sorry.
No. Yeah.
It might be motivated by a different kind of atheism, but that that kind of atheism, I'm sorry, bro. That's something a little bit different. But I wanted to show you guys the passage that I'm talking about because people might not believe it's in the Bible. Talk to the people.
I have a little short to show you guys after. I don't know if it's true or not. My friend sent it to me, and maybe you guys will hate it.
Really?
Perhaps. Well, it could be funny too. I thought it was funny. I don't know if it was staged though, because you never know with those if the stuff is staged. But we'll show you soon enough. After Vinny shows this verse.
Yeah, and I'm showing it in like different translations as well, so people can get like a cool feel for it. Because, you know, like I said, it's one of those things where if people realized how metal the Bible actually was, I think more people would read the Bible. But because Christians are so corny, that's a different subject. But here he goes. The psalmist goes, "Look away from me that I may enjoy life again, before I depart and I'm no more." The NLT says, "Leave me alone so I can smile again before I'm gone and I exist no more. Turn your gaze away from me that I may be cheered before I depart and no more." So this kind of atheism, right? It's like, leave me alone so I can have some cheer in my life. And some of it is you're doing too many bad things to me, and others of it is you're not responding to me when my kid is dying and I've been calling out to you and I can't, my voice is hoarse and you haven't, man, just leave me alone. I'd much rather live in a universe where there is no father than have a universe where my father abandoned me in my most hour of need.
Exactly.
And then we have Christians strolling around saying, you're just suppressing the truth and unrighteousness. You're a nasty, rotten sinner. Okay, man. I don't think that's how God is looking at that situation. Mm-hmm. And I think that there are reasons that those passages are in the Bible. Because it's supposed to be us giving our friends to say, hey, there's a category for that. You can still...
Yeah. You
can say that for a season. God still got you. It's okay. You can say that. Mm-hmm. It's all good. Mm-hmm. But because we're so lazy, intellectually speaking, we just take whatever these pastors spoon feed us, man. They just spoon feed us this stuff and they go, "Oh yeah, your atheist friends, they're horrible. That's why. That's all that's Romans 1 is the look, I'm not denying Romans 1. Romans 1 is true, but so is Psalm 39, bro.
Right.
I said Psalm 27. It's Psalm 39. That's why I look shit up. It's Psalm 39 verse 13 where the guy says, "Man, God, leave me alone. Like look away from me." And I think that's important.
I can't believe that God allows people to say stuff like that to him.
Well, from a real fundamentalist perspective, he inspired that. So he orchestrated the events.
Yeah, that's true. That's
and
so
then
weird.
The pen or the Canadian whatever. So he wanted that in there. He went out of his way to get that in there. And
wild.
Mm-hmm. And it's like I say all the time. Like, look, I go out of my way to say hard things. Mm-hmm. Give me credit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, so here we are, pounding these poor people, and God's like, what the fuck? Mm-hmm. Hello? Have you ever even heard a sermon on Psalm 39? Most Christians don't even know that verse is in the Bible.
I didn't even know that existed until you showed it to me years ago.
Yeah.
And even then, I was like... there's some verses in the Bible that if you follow the asterisks, it'll say this is not in the original manuscripts. I'm like, maybe that's one of those.
Yeah.
It turns out it's not.
Yeah. Yeah. So, it's just really, really, really fascinating stuff. Go ahead. What were you saying?
I want to put that little video up.
Have you seen this video?
I have.
I bet you anything it's one of the myths.
It's one of the what?
I guarantee you it's one of these Christian myths that happen. Let's see it. How long is it? It's a TikTok
it's
video.
Very short.
Okay. Thank God. Honey, you didn't download it.
Can you just download it from there?
Oh my God. No,
anyway,
no.
I'll keep chit-chatting with the people. So yeah, I thought that what they did with it musically, it made you feel a bit of terror. And then you did that jump scare, which I thought was rude. No, just kidding.
Yeah, that jump scare was great. We're going to put that in the trailer, Willa.
Yeah, it just really had that something is really wrong sort of feeling to it.
100%.
Then there was the reading parts of it and stuff, which was also interesting because it was the reading at the beginning and the reading at the end.
Yeah, I wish I would have known what he said in it was Italian. I don't even know. Is it Italian? Is that the language?
I have no clue. All I know is that there was a lot of, I think in the middle we were missing some of the lyrics or something.
We were, and I was extremely frustrated with that. And was that Mussolini at the beginning?
I was wondering.
Tina, was that Mussolini?
It definitely sounded like.
Is that Mussolini at the beginning? I don't know, but it sounded like Mussolini. Okay, we have the video, ladies and gents. Prepare yourself.
When an atheist accidentally proves the existence of God.
Okay? If there was a God, there would be a lightning strike in 3, 2, 1, now. Okay, this is very concerning.
He says, "Oh, okay, this is very concerning."
Hey, shout out to the homie. That's so funny. My man said.
He goes, "Oh, okay, that is very concerning."
Oh my goodness. Let there be lightning in 3, 2, 1. See, right there. Coincidence had nothing to do with the lightning strike. Coincidence, Jambi, is a description of something. Coincidence doesn't have causal power. Right? Coincidence is just a description. And you know, I tell the story all the time. I was in this atheist forum, they were full of Romans 1 type atheists, and they posted this thing because there was this hurricane last year or 2 years ago, and it had ravaged Puerto Rico or something like that. It was like on the way to Florida or something. Yep. And then a bunch of these fundamentalist Christians came out on the beach, and they had their hands out. Yep. They're like, "Lord, divert it." Mm-hmm. And of course, it was one of those things where as a Christian, you're like, "Oh my God, this is mega cringe. This is mega cringe." And the Lord said to me, "That's your family. You're embarrassing your family in front of these people." And, you know, he knows how to get to me. I'm like, "Nah, I ain't no bitch. Okay, let's go." So I got on. I got on there and I said, "Are you guys all going to convert to Christianity if that thing gets diverted?" And of course, they all jumped on and yada, yada, haha, yada, 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 right? And look, that's not my crowd. Like, the Christians in Florida who are going to go out to the beach, that's not my people. Like, they don't vote like me. They don't think like me. You know what I'm saying? But look, that's my family, period. Doesn't matter if you like them or not. That's why it's more important to love Jesus than people. Because people are flawed, so...
Right, yeah.
If you can always pull back your love for them, but Jesus is never flawed. So if he says, "Love them for my sake," what can you do? See, what can you do?
Nothing. There's nothing you can do.
Well, sure enough, the hurricane diverted. It didn't hit Florida. It didn't. So I went back and I go, "Mashallah, tabaraka, all of you guys are going to become Christians. I will find your local church so you can get baptized and profess faith in Christ." And they all... Right? They all, no, dude, it's all coincidence. And then they try to mock and they try to make fun of me for following up, but I could tell that they were kind of like, this is concerning.
This is concerning.
You know what I'm saying? Like, these motherfuckers figured out how to
manipulate the weather.
They figured out how to manipulate the weather. I could tell there's a couple of them that are like, "Ha, you guys are so dumb." How'd they do that shit? But yeah, and that's when you could tell a Romans 1 person, right? Because it's like, there's nothing that can convince you, and you always have a "what about" in your back pocket, and you can always chalk it up to saying coincidence. So you could say, "Well, it was coincidence that lightning struck at that particular period of time." Okay, it's like I always say, belief or unbelief is a volitional issue. It is not a cognitive issue. It's not that we need to be convinced. It's that we want or don't want to be convinced, because there are benefits and drawbacks for belief and unbelief. Those are just facts. And there is enough in the universe that God has given us for clear and obvious belief if you want him. But if you don't want him, he's given you a mind where you can run in circular machinations and you don't have to do it. But the drawback to that is that your mind becomes darkened, and year after year after year, your heart becomes more and more hard and your mind becomes more and more darkened. And if you're in that crowd, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You don't need the Bible to tell you that. You know it. And the other thing I learned is that I don't need to argue about it, because you're experiencing it right now.
Yeah.
Because right now, some of you are hearing, "Hey, you know he's right. You know, I told you." Because everybody I've really, really talked to has sat down in quiet moments, not when they're in their public persona. They've all had experiences that they know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I talked to a guy, sweet dude, and he was like, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, nothing of what you're saying is really crazy, bro. To be honest with you." He's like, "To be honest with you, nothing that you're saying, like, everything you're saying makes sense." But he had this particular horrible tragedy in his life. And on top of that, he said, "If I believe that, then X, Y, and Z is true, and I can't handle that mentally." And you know what I did? I let him alone.
Yeah.
Leave him alone at that point. You know what I'm saying? Like, God's working on the person. So, yeah, that little clip is kind of hilarious. That's kind of funny.
See, I don't think it's staged. But, I mean, who knows? It's, you know, Facebook.
You don't think what's staged?
That YouTube, that video, it didn't look staged to me. It looked like the kid was like real.
Oh, I agree. I don't think that was staged either. I do think that and I just think like, and that phrase that he said afterwards, it seemed to me like he didn't know what to do. You got to say some shit, my guy, because you know you're live. That shit is in the fucking ether, bro. You know it's gonna come at you for that shit hard, bro. They're gonna come at you hard. Now this segment right here, and I'm sorry guys, the review's going a little long, but it was a 20-minute song. We're gonna do it justice. You know what I'm saying? Plus, Tina's been waiting like 3 years for this review, so sorry guys. Now this part right here was interesting because to me, the top part was atheism, and this part right here is antitheism.
Oh, okay.
Like I'm not certain that the guy here in this song, in this like verse, and like somebody said, like this is like 3 or 4 songs in one. It doesn't seem to me that this guy is necessarily denying the existence of God. He's just saying we need to go to war with him. So here's what I mean. Children, I call you to war. Was it for this that your ancestors died? Was it for this land that was stained blood red? Here and now we face the end of all things, the final and the absolute, planting seeds within the nuclear generation, planting hope where there was none. A hope that we may sweep all before and crush their memory and say there is nothing left in this world worth fighting for. They say there's nothing in this world left fighting for, nothing in the world left dying for. This is a lie. Now, this is a part of the song I'm like, holy shit, okay, where's he going here? There is much to fight for, so much to die for. There is one true enemy in this world. And then he says, do I need to say it? Do I need to stain the air with its name?
That was such a good line.
To soil the page, a father sees his children cry out, blind they flock dead to the world. He sees his women wailing and weeping, the mothers of all tragedy, and I, your brother, a broken man, cursed the day I was born. I ask, what price the martyred man? Whose hand is turned by the grinding wheels of history? I ask a simple question. Who shall stand and who shall fall? Whose deeds shall be sung? Whose deeds shall become song and whose words shall become law? That, if you just look at that, that's not a denial of God's existence. That's a denial of God's goodness. There's a difference. You can believe that God exists, but that he's not good. And it seems to me that this guy is taking an anti-theist stance, which is very interesting because a lot of Christians will say the progression should go from atheism to theism, and that's a good thing. But if you take Romans 1, a person could go from atheism to theism backwards. So now you say, okay, I'm going to give up the charade. Obviously there's a God, but I hate him. We're going to war. So even that is, because to me, it's not really a big deal if somebody acknowledges God. If somebody goes from atheism to theism, it's not really that big of a deal. Because I feel like God is closer. Like there's a particular atheist who calls himself an atheist in this chat right now that I believe God is working on like crazy. So, and same thing with Behemoth. Like I felt the spirit of God at Behemoth concert. You know what I'm saying?
Too.
Like
I did too.
Those people are tormented by the presence of God, and God makes himself very present to those people. And to some degree, that's hell, right? Which is very interesting, you know, considering, you know, the lake of fire and the river of life coming from the same place in Revelation and Daniel. But you see right there, like, he's angry at God, and it's obviously the problem of evil. Women are wailing and suffering, they're crying out and all the rest of it. And look at here. He says, this line was a crazy line, might be the line of 2021. He sees his women wailing and weeping, the mothers of all tragedy. So there's such a brilliant way to talk about women as being the mothers of tragedy when you look at the world from the angle of our fallenness and then the commensurate fallout that comes from our fallenness. Instead of women or Eve being the mother of all living,
right,
it gets transposed into the mother of all tragedy.
There's a friend of mine that had gone to like a Native American, I don't know what they call it, but it was a meeting like around the fire, and she had the women just like, there was like this sort of the music, I think, the fire, all that stuff, and then they were wailing, and they were feeling the pain of their ancestors, and And I thought like the picture itself was so interesting and beautiful and terrifying that you could, because there's a sense in which you almost feel it. Like, there are certain things that never happened to me, but sometimes like I feel as though they
100%.
did. You know what I mean? Like
100%.
when you feel so deeply for humanity, or maybe we're going to find out something scientifically, you know, years down the road that within your genes is imprinted the pain of your forefathers and mothers.
I mean, epigenetics, I mean, that's already there. Like, you're late. Like, that's a thing.
It is?
Yeah, to look up epigenetics and all that. It's basically your environment and even the pain of your ancestors is imprinted in your genetics and has,
Okay, well then that, So, you know, I liked the idea of that sort of like crying for the, like wailing for that pain. But then it's interesting what you said, like you can connect with your forefathers or your foremothers through pain or through victory. You know what I mean? Like, because they were all so victorious, otherwise we wouldn't still be here.
Or through song, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Right. And that gets condensed into songs that we pass down.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and you know, shout out to the homie. Shout out to the homie Jambi. Since you speak to him, Vin, tell God to bother. Tell God not to bother. Well, how did you know I was talking about you, Jambi? And secondly, my brother, if I prayed with all my heart, soul, and mind and strength for 10 million years nonstop, it wouldn't move him an inch because he's determined to have you. And he will have you because he's stronger than you. And he made you for himself.
Shout out to Jambi.
Shout out to
And
the big
God.
homie Jambi. Shout out to Yahweh. Yeah, that's a very, very good point. And that question right there, I ask a simple question: who shall stand and who shall fall? Whose deeds shall become song and whose words shall become law? Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Mm-hmm. Brilliant. Of course, the answer is yes, because in many portions of Scripture, God's law is communicated through song. Mm-hmm. Mashallah. Mm-hmm. So, like, for example, the Torah is usually referred to in shorthand as the law, and poetry actually functions as massive transitional points. This is John Sailhammer.
Yeah.
You need to get into John Sailhammer, Perkinos.
Oh my God.
I promise you.
You won't regret it.
He is the equivalent of preterism for the New Testament. But anyway, poetry functions in the Old Testament, particularly in Genesis, to mark very important transitions in times and things of that nature. So what God does is he sings his law, because his law is an expression of his heart, and God is love. And so obviously it makes sense that he would sing his law. All the other laws that are on stone and things like that, those are us not wanting God for who he is. So God forgives Cain for murdering his brother, and he protects him. So Lamech says, oh, God protects Cain for murder, so that means I can kill people too. And then in Genesis it says that the world became filled with violence, and then God floods the earth, and then as soon as Noah gets off the ark, God says, okay, fine, now we have a death penalty. Mm-hmm. That tells me God never wanted to flood the earth, but we had to make it so that there was a death penalty law instituted. Otherwise, we were going to bastardize grace. Mm-hmm. So all those laws and all the stuff and the separation between us and God and all the crazy priestcraft and all that wasn't his heart, man. That wasn't his best. That was sin management until he could bring his best work into the world, which is Jesus of Nazareth, obviously. This song was really well done. I'm going to give it a silent count. Because I feel like we've really misunderstood and not listened to our atheist friends as Christians. I think misunderstanding can be forgiven, but I think our lack of willingness to listen to them, whatever it's motivated by, our own arrogance that we know what's going on in their head, or our own fear that their unbelief somehow invalidates our own religion, which is what a lot of atheist kids go through. So I want to give a silent count as a sort of acknowledgement as a Christian that we have not listened well to you guys. And whether or not you guys have listened to us well or whatever is a different conversation. This conversation is specifically about that for me anyway. So shout out to all my atheist friends out there. I'm going to give a silent count in honor of y'all. But Tina, a 20-minute song that felt like it was an 8.5-minute song.
It's a 10 for me. Very, very good song. I really enjoyed the discussion.
Really amazing song.
So.
Great discussion. And happy birthday to the big homie, Skylar Lyra. Skylar Lyra. Happy birthday, homie. Having said that, there, listener, Vin out.
Sori out.
Gone. We still have more songs on the way, you dumb butts.
I'm just going to take this real quick.
Sure. So there you are, dear listener. There you are. Okay. We got another one coming. We're going to run the commercial right freaking now, ladies and gentlemen. We don't play around. We don't play around at all. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child should lead them.
Okay, here we are.
Speaking of children.
Love them.
You got children that are not children, but act like they're children. You know I'm talking to you. If you think I'm talking to you, I'm talking to you. It's a lying ass. What did he say? What did he say to Ben Shapiro? How dare you? How dare you?
I say, how dare you?
How dare you?
When he said, I say.
How dare you?
Okay, next on the list here is Mare Cognitum. Babe, can you just read this?
It looks like Mare Cognitum.
And just read the ending there.
Entropic Hallucinations.
Yep. There we go.
Okay.
That's what that's all about.
This is DJ'd by the Full English Breakfast. Keep going. All right. Read, dear listener.
This is a one-man black metal project from Portland, Oregon, who plays complex, majestic, and atmospheric black metal, which has a cosmic focus. This is taken from the 2014 album Phobos. We just read this, babe.
Phobos Monolith.
Void Hanger Records.
On Void. See, that's the other thing about English Breakfast. She's a metal historian.
I know.
Yep. And Elijah Maxwell says, Mare is incredible. Okay. Mare is incredible. Indeed. Okay, guys. Let's check it out now. This is Mare. What did we say it was? Mare.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's right here.
Cognitum.
Mare
Cognitum-Entropic Hallucinations. Let's go.
Here we go.
Chaos.
Oh, I like that picture.
got some atmosphere. First it was just noise. Now we got some atmosphere.
I like the intensity of it.
Yeah, my problem is it's programmed drumming. It's not a real drummer. So it's like there's a big debate because some people help Drake with his writing, and it's like, is Drake really a rapper if people help him write his rhymes? Mm-hmm. I don't know, because like, for example, like, you know, for the practice clips that we play, like, it's just Peter transposing a lot of the you know, the info. Mm-hmm. So I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a hard time like giving props for that. Like, yeah, it's on point, but
it's programmed. Yeah, right. Whoops. Yeah.
Like, I do think like you still have to. Like, you hear stuff in your head, like, especially like when you play. You know, I just did like that freestyle thing that I had come up with at 10 minutes that I put up on Instagram or whatever. Mm-hmm. You hear stuff in your head, like you're, you know, it goes with the beat.
Yeah.
So you still have to create the platform for the drums to work around, and you still have to have the idea. So you can't say it's all machine, because you can give anybody like, you give me a machine, I'm not gonna come up with something like that. You see what I'm saying? So you still have to give them their props for it. It's just kind of, for me, it's like, I don't know, man. Like, because if I saw Homo sapien doing that shit live, I would lose my mind, like that drumming. And I believe there are drummers that can.
That it was programmed.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, so I don't know. Like, I can't give it like, I can't be like,
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm not sure.
No, I agree. I do think that you have to kind of add in that it's the one person doing all of it. So
which she did, of course. Tina's always going to be stand up, you know, with shit. But
yeah,
go ahead.
There's going to be a certain level of like, you did it all yourself, and you didn't have anybody to work with or to bounce ideas off. Like, it was you know. So that's pretty cool. But at the same time, for me, the vocals, like, I couldn't really hear them. And I know that, like, this style of music, you don't generally hear it, but like the other ones I was able to hear. I couldn't even follow any of it.
You had to follow really, really, really close, and like the jump off point, definitely to Tina's point, is a bit different from the previous song. The jump off point, if you could get it, the cadence to the song, and see, that's the thing, is like everything else I thought was like on point. Like, the lyrics are not machine generated. The cadence that he used, the rhythm isn't machine generated. I would say it's machine translated. He has a sound in his head. He's got a sound of what he wants to hear, and so he translates that onto the machine. And I guess at some level you could say that just like you have to master an instrument, it probably takes the same amount of time to master the machine as an instrument in itself.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
And I'll say, okay, I'll give you that, but it's still not the same as doing the drumming to me, like from a human being.
Oh, I totally agree.
And I think there are also certain limitations to what human beings can do that force a certain kind of creativity. So like, if you're running a crazy, you know, blast beat for 8 minutes, which they weren't, but you see what I'm saying? Like, it's humanly impossible. So because of that, you have to slow down and do other things to give yourself rest to get back into it, which, you know, I think actually has creative power for an art. Like, it makes things a lot more variegated.
Oh, for sure.
So I'll give him that. Like, it's really interesting because I'm really torn about this, but I think I still think you have to give him credit. Like, there's that guy that we listened to, like Sub something. I forgot what it was.
Sub-Zero.
No. It's Sub something. But anyway, the guy's also a one man band. You know what I'm saying? But I think the advantage. Is that the
Sublime something like that?
No, it's not Sublime. It's Sub something. But anyway, the advantage I think that he has is that because the vocals are so clear. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because the vocals are so clear and legible, then you end up not having to invest so much in the music, and you can look at what he's saying and all the rest of it, and it's kind of like 50-50. Whereas this one, because the lyrics are so indecipherable, then you lean back on the music to carry you, which it does. But then when you're grading it, it's like, well, yeah, but you had a machine. But go ahead. What were you thinking?
Yeah. Jeez. It's a tough one because I agree with you. Like, I mean, if it's a machine doing it, it's not actually people, and you can just program it. I don't know how difficult that is to do. Yeah, that kind of throws me off a little bit because I liked the way that it was aggressive, but I agree if it's not done physically and it's something that you program in, it doesn't have the same feel to it. And like I said, I was not a fan of, like, I guess the way that I feel, like what you just said kind of, is that if everything's going to kind of be programmed and it's going to go that way, like put your vocal style in there real good. Because that's the one thing that you have that's actually coming from a person. Is all the stuff programmed, or does he play some instruments?
I don't know. I'm sure he plays a guitar. He had to have. I don't know, though, because that's a certain kind of genre within black metal. So I think, and obviously this guy's got a fan base, so what I think, he's not doing the songs for us. You know what I'm saying? He's not doing the songs to be graded by us. He's doing the song for him and his own fans, and I'm sure they know how to catch the cadence and figure out what he's saying. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, so I'm not sure that he'd have to do that. Lyrically, though, it's interesting. He says, bear witness to the actual chaos echoing within your once sacred halls. Heat embracing an endless horizon. Light, a curse in ailing landscapes. Not unlike a bleeding wound, a festered scab, wrought with disease. Ew. Sky agape, miasmic windows whispered through obscure dimensions. A landscape withering the clutch of an arthritic pale grass. Tremorous hands grasping for once held brilliant suns of endless luster. See, I was saying, this is a very... He's taking a scenic route to describe what to me is like a black hole event, you know, like a supernova. Mm-hmm. You know, when these stars collapse in each other, create this giant vacuum. It looks like that's what he's talking about. Carrying a blinding plague to unleash upon barren earth, futility and endless struggle driven by unconscious reason. That right there.
Oh, right here. An incredible weight such as this is a planet drifting into empty space.
Devoid of kindling and ash, the plague is never born. Yeah, that's it looks like a supernova, and then you're getting sucked into a black hole. Scroll up for a second, though. That line is insane. Futility and endless struggle driven by unconscious reason. Which, to me, is... When I hear... And I'm not picking on atheists, I promise. But when I hear people... You know, when I say, okay, explain this to me. And they go, well, yeah. You're like, for example, we were talking about chaga and how chaga has to reprogram itself because it's an actual parasite from the birch tree. And so the birch tree is fighting it, and then the chaga has to reprogram itself to adapt to what it's fighting, and that's where you get the term adaptogen from. And it's completely rational. It makes so much sense. And it's like, nobody programmed that, though. Nobody programmed that system. That just happens. But they say things like randomly, which that's impossible. That's not randomness. That's logic.
Right.
I don't want you to eat me up. You're a parasite. I want to fight you. Well, yeah, I know you want to fight me, and so now you're putting this thing out there to destroy me, but the thing is I want to live, so I'm going to adapt to that so that I can continue to live off you, but then I'm going to adapt to your adaptation. That's not random.
Right.
That's reason. Right. That's logic. That's rationality. That is a system. And so you have to, at best, call it unconscious reason, because at this point, saying it's random or whatever makes absolutely no sense.
That's so interesting. I didn't even pick up on that. Driven by unconscious reason.
The problem is that the only beings that can reason are conscious beings. So you're still left with an irreconcilable contradiction. I just thought, I'm not complaining. I just think it's brilliant.
I'm not complaining.
It's brilliant. It's a brilliant way of describing the universe that these people claim they live in. No. No. The chaga and the birch thing make a lot of sense. Your cell systems make a lot of sense. And I understand. Now you're seeing some reason behind it, but it's not unconscious, my brother. Keep going.
Yeah, I mean, we couldn't have science. We couldn't have the study of any of the, you know, the studies that we've done of the human body. We couldn't have that stuff if there wasn't order to it.
Yeah, if you assumed randomness in the scientific endeavor itself, there'd be no motivation for it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the assumption of order.
Right.
and the confinement to logic and reason. See, the scientific method demonstrates that we believe that the universe is confined to reason and logic. Well, you can't have that if your base premise is true. So it's almost a self-stultifying thing. And incredible rates. So I think he's talking about a supernova and then the commensurate black hole that follows and all the rest of it. And he's describing it in amazing, not just detail, but just he's painting a picture for you that's pretty ridiculous. And I probably would have paid more attention in 7th grade, Southwest Junior High School in Melbourne, Florida, I think.
You probably would have paid more attention.
Our science teacher, I forgot what his name was. It was something Buckner, I think, because he would always tell us that he was related to Bill Buckner. He's this guy in the Boston Red Sox, and I guess, you know, there was a routine ground ball, and he missed it, and it cost him the world championship or whatever. And so he would always give us that little lecture. He was such a nice guy. He always smiled. But because he was so nice and we were 7th graders, we just ignored him and disrespected him. And one day he was like, like it wasn't even English what he was saying.
Seriously?
Yeah. And he's like, you know what we're going to do for the rest of the class? And I was like, shit. Remember that Denise girl I was telling you about, Denise Peralta? Shout out to Denise Peralta. Thank you so much for rejecting me and going for Scott, the Dallas Cowboys fan, because you, dear Denise, no. But anyway, shout out to Denise. She gets one of those. And so I was talking to Shorty, and he was like, oh, he's like, you know what we're gonna do for the rest of the class? And I was like, damn, bro. I was like, this guy. He's like, open your books to page whatever. And it was on, you know, supernovas, whatever it was. He's like, I tried to talk to you about it, but nobody feels like this is interesting. So what we're going to do for the next 28 minutes is we're going to just write, and everybody's going to be quiet. And if you're not quiet, it's an ISS immediately. And ISS is an in-school suspension. Like, he lost it, bro. He lost it. So all of us were like, shit, man, this fucking guy, he's probably going to kill us all, bro. You better shut the fuck up and just write this shit, boy. We didn't feel sorry for him.
I do, because
when we got out of class,
he was
like, yo,
trying.
What's wrong with Mr. B, bro? He's losing his mind, bro. And shout out to my buddy Jason. Jason's on the baseball team with us. Jason was like, yeah, his girl was probably, you know... He was talking all tough, but none of us wanted any smoke with Mr. B. So we all just sat there. It was the quietest I've ever seen in a room for that period of time in my life. Not just school, in my life.
I do. I feel bad for him.
But
because he was trying to make it interesting for you guys.
Yeah, I don't really. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really remember him teaching it. I just never listened to it. I never listened to the homie, not once, except for that time. I listened to him then. His eyes got really crazy. He gets very, very angry. He's very, very disturbed. He was very disturbed. No, he was. He was truly disturbed. He was really upset.
I believe it.
Shout out to him. I'm very sorry, bro. If you're still alive, my bad. Yeah. But if I would have had this, like, lyrically, like, I'd have been a lot more engaged. You know what I'm saying? I'd have been a lot more engaged. But you made it so boring, bro. I'm sorry. This is like poetry, man.
Yeah. Oh, God.
I don't know.
You would be such a great teacher.
See, that's the thing about the Bible. When God, you know, Genesis 1 again is another poetry. Like, you know, look.
I know, yeah.
It's not this. It's not this. What, you know, like Aaron Rice. He's like, how come he didn't tell us about the scientific method? Yeah, in the beginning there was a scientific. Come on, man.
There's bigger issues at hand.
Ain't nobody trying to hear that, bro. We're trying to hear stuff like this, man. Sorry, that's how I am. I'm sorry. This song gets a 8.8 for me.
This is 7.8 for me.
Shout out to Stephen A. I mean, this man, you should have been gone a long time ago, my brother. Thank you for sticking with us, so we love you. What did you say it was? What'd you give it?
I think I give it a 7.9.
7.9. There you are, dear listener. Another one in the books. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. Stay tuned. We got one more. We're going right to commercial, you beautiful people. And then we got one more jam from the Full English Breakfast. Give them one of them one time. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at insori@gmail.com and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch. Buy our merch indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Link is down below. We are on the last song of our full English breakfast stream. This song is Autumn Nostalgia, Eternal Joy on the Mountain of Loneliness. It actually sounds like, you know that book, Hind's Feet on High Places?
Huh?
You don't remember that book? Hind's Feet on High Places?
Well, I actually think I do remember, actually.
You usually say yes when I bring it up.
Yeah.
Anyway, Eternal Joy on the Mountain of Loneliness. The kids, I read it to them, I think twice.
It's an allegory, right? That's that allegorical book about Little Faith. What's her name? Much Afraid. And then what did her name get changed to? Did she have a couple name changes?
No.
She started off as Much Afraid, and then she ended as what?
I can't remember. I just know that sorrow and suffering were her friends.
Yeah. And then she had a brother named Craven or some shit like that.
That was a cousin.
Right?
His name was Craven Fear.
Yeah, Craven Fear. Yeah.
Probably gonna do another reread with the kids on that. They love that one.
Really?
Uh-huh.
I think Dorian would love it even more now. He's become cornier and cornier as the years have gone by.
Honey, he's always been like that. I think he just didn't have the space to express it.
No, he's always had the what are you talking about? He's always had the space to express it.
The space to express it in the sense that you're not traditional and all of that.
No, I said he's
and
become
neither is his bio
cornier.
mom. Yeah.
I said he's become cornier.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he always had it. He just wasn't able to really, because you're not a traditionist, and she was not like that.
That has nothing to do with
So I feel like he's able to express it more because I'm around. Honestly, I don't think.
Yeah,
he's
that
become
works
more.
for holidays. That doesn't work for that book. The book is like a one-off, right? It's not a holiday tradition.
You get the idea. You're not going to sit down and read the book to him, and neither would she.
Again, that has nothing to do with tradition, though.
Oh my God! Do you understand what I'm trying to communicate?
Let's go into the song.
Lord, help us. Help me, Lord!
Eternal Joy in the Mountains and Loneliness. Let's go. This I like. You knew I would like this. That's why you ended the song on this one, you smart person, you. Hey, where's my comics? Where'd the comics go? There we go. There may be more than two camps, though. Sadie. Okay.
That was really pretty.
That was beautiful.
I love that.
And Tina Bonina knows me. So she knows that I was going to love this song because of the beauty of the tremolo ball. The tremolo picking.
I like the lyrics, too.
Yeah,
I waited so long that a mountain has grown beneath me. It elevated me into the sky near the stars. Like, that.
The lyricists, there isn't one single song tonight. And this song, this night has been very lyric heavy, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Very lyric heavy. But there hasn't been one guy who I haven't said, damn. That's Soraya drinking her half-gallon of water, taking all day to drink a half-gallon.
Stop, babe. I already drank 1/2 gallon. I'm on my second half gallon.
I drank 3 in like 6 minutes a couple of nights ago.
Rude.
I was going to the bathroom every 2 seconds, so literally, it's terrible. I don't suggest doing it that way. Do it. Spread it out to the.
Also, there'll be a vaccination at the end of this stream, so prepare yourselves.
Go ahead.
No, you were talking about how Tina picked all the.
Yeah, lyrically, they've all been monsters. These people, every single one of them have been monsters, lyrically speaking.
Here the sky opens up just for me. The starry darkness shines here just for me. I am by myself and my joy is endless. That's how I look down on everything. Everything that I left underneath me forever. All that I have found up here is different. It surpasses everything I've anticipated. I've left everything else behind. I will stay in my solitude forever. Oof. I am by myself in the endlessness of my joy. Babe.
Yeah, see, I don't know if this guy killed himself, though. Because it says, I've waited so long that a mountain has grown beneath me, and he gets elevated up into the sky near the stars.
I just thought it was poetically talking about
the
how
sky
he needs a
opens
break
up
from
just
everybody.
for me. The starry darkness shines here just for me. I'm by myself. My joy is endless. That's how I look down on everything. Everything that I left underneath me forever.
I just thought it was like a lofty way of being like, I'm above all of everything. I didn't think that the guy had ended.
Well, he's not taking a I'm above everybody thing. I don't think.
No, he left everything beneath him. He left everybody beneath him.
Yeah, that's because that's how you are. But I don't think that's.
What do you mean that's how I am?
I mean, you're kind of. You know what I'm saying?
Rude.
No, it's not. I'm just saying, like, our interpretations tell us about ourselves, right? Just like we talked about earlier with the nature thing.
I've never been in that place.
Guts,
however,
I heard Guts. I was thinking Bronx. You heard Guts. You're thinking Roadkill. That's all.
Yeah, I would like the idea of that.
Of what?
I've never been in a place where I could be above everything and by myself and be completely happy. That's part of my issue.
No, but yeah, I'm just.
You're saying in a pride sense, maybe.
Well, that's how you're interpreting it. You're saying that he's above everybody and everybody's beneath him.
Okay,
and he
honestly,
did this kind of gesture. It's a very humble gesture.
I motioned to you at the beginning of the song because I was thinking, is this how you feel? You know, like you like to get away and have like your hours by yourself.
Yeah,
that's what it made me think of.
But again, yeah. I mean, rewatch the video. But I'm saying for me, it looks like this is a very poetic way of saying that he killed himself because he was so lonely. Because he says, everything that I left underneath me forever. And then it says, all that I have found up here is different. It surpasses everything I anticipated. I've left everything else behind. I will stay in my solitude forever.
Oh, God.
So it doesn't sound like he's a guy who feels like he's above everybody or whatever. The above to me is just talking about going to a different world because he was so lonely. And it makes a very interesting.
He's happy. His joy is endless there. That seemed to me somebody that's
what people think, right? They think that they're going to a better place when they leave this world. So that would make sense. I'm just saying that's my premise of the song. Obviously, I mean it's art. You're going to interpret it differently. And I want to hear your. I'm just telling you what my interpretation is.
I mean, I think that yours is probably right.
I am by myself in the endlessness of my joy. That's how I look down at everything I left underneath me forever. So it just looks to me like this is a very poetic, almost defensive way of saying that he was so lonely that he took his own life, or that he feels like taking his own life and that he wants to experience some sort of joy or happiness. And so instead of saying I'm endlessly lonely, he's saying that he's endlessly joyous at the top of this. And again, it's at the top of a mountain, which is really interesting because I was talking about this universal history guy, Jonathan whatever, and he's the only person I've never heard, aside from Michael Heiser, he talks about Eden being a mountain, which it was. Mm-hmm. It was a garden mountain. And so when they got cast out, they actually got cast down, because the Hebrew actually says that they were driven out of the garden. And so since the garden was on top of a mountain, they were cast down. So it's a descent. So in the human mind, to the gods lived on the mountains,
right?
And so in the ancient Near East, they were all on the mountain. Mm-hmm. And then in Greek mythology, they lived on Mount Olympus, because everybody's trying to get back to that original state. Mm-hmm. And so what's it called? The eternal joy on the mountain of loneliness. So that's so again, there's a universal concept that we all have this universal understanding in the collective consciousness or whatever. I'm just at the beginnings of it. It sounds like a dedication to what was within. He left worldly things behind like a disciple.
And this was also what we're supposed to read.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, so the band is from Slovakia? Oh,
where?
Babe.
Where? Slovakia.
More specifically,
like Czechoslovakia,
are part of the Hungarian minority who live there. This is just beautiful, and I hope a great end to a fun evening.
100%.
This is from the 2020 album. Read this, babe.
Esse est percipi.
Yeah.
That sounds like Esse est percipi. That sounds like Latin. Steven or Perkinots probably knows it.
Yeah, I guess. God, that's. Well, I kind of liked the song at first when it felt like it was.
Did you hear Tina's interpretation? It sounds like a dedication to what was within. He left worldly things behind like a disciple. That's metaphorical for a higher place. So there are people. Jesus was talking about marriage. Mm-hmm. Matthew 19. Mm-hmm. And the disciples were like, well, shit, if it's this bad, we might as well not marry. And Jesus said, well, there are people who are eunuchs, unmarriageable people for the kingdom. And then he said, he said something like, let him who can receive it, or something like that. Which is the basis for the Roman Catholic priesthood, being the celibacy, the celibacy of the Roman Catholic priesthood. I'm not certain that you can take that passage and institutionalize it.
No.
But I do think in Protestantism, that verse means nothing. Mm-hmm. You've never even heard a sermon. You'll never hear a sermon like that about that in Protestantism. Mm-hmm. Like, I'm going to write a book one day, like the top 10 sermons you'll never hear in a Protestant church.
Oh, wow. That's
From now on, all people will call me blessed. Every time I refer to Mary as a blessed mother, you and your mother, you guys are always... You guys have a serious problem.
I do not have a problem with that anymore. Yeah. I used to.
Astaghfirullah. The last review we did, we had like an 11-minute segment where you were bashing the Blessed Mother, calling her a regular.
I was not bashing her.
Calling her a regular woman.
I was not bashing her.
How dare you? How dare you? But that's an interesting take from Tina's point. Okay, so that
Sadie, you were there, you heard it.
But see, again, this is why like you shouldn't be so whatever, because your interpretation says a lot about you, and not necessarily the others per se. So you're interpreting that way, I'm interpreting that way, and then Tina's interpreting that way. But it's really interesting because a lot of, especially with evangelicals, man, living a life like that where you throw relationships behind. When I say relationships, I'm specifically talking about like these kinds of relationships. It's like death sentence. Like it's something to be completely avoided, like the plague. It's not something to be. It's definitely not something to be celebrated. And a lot of times when it's taught, and I've done this, it's like, well, while you're waiting, they'll do like a 2-second thing where they're like, well, there's some people who never get married, but that's not really how it usually is, and then they'll boom. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, No, that's in there. And it's interesting because Jesus ends it by basically saying, hey, if you can receive it, do it. Which is really interesting because it'd be like, you have that inclination, you have that gift or that circumstance, but it's almost like he knows because of the culture how hard that is to actually accept.
Yeah.
Because it's one thing to be like 30, 40, 50 and single, but still looking forward to maybe I'll have a mate, mate, versus saying I will never have a mate purposely for devotion to God. I think in Hinduism it's called sannyas.
Really?
What's the big homie was explaining to me. I'm not really a fan of that methodology though, because there are people who like leave their families completely behind.
Yeah. Yes.
Although I don't think, biblically speaking, you can completely say that that's wrong, because Jesus talked about leaving homes and children and whatever for the sake of the kingdom. I mean, I would never do it because I don't love Jesus like that.
Well, yeah, but it also says that if you don't take care of your family, then
yeah, if you don't provide, you're worse than unbelievers. So the church would give you a stipend. Your church would take care of your family, and you would go out and push forward the kingdom.
Yeah, I think that there's space for that. I just think that the person that I know that did that.
Yeah, that guy's.
They didn't support their family.
That guy, that's a different guy. But my point is, I don't love Jesus like that. I don't. I couldn't do that to you.
You just say it right out, huh?
Well, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, he knows I don't love him like that. Not at this point in my life, anyway. But I couldn't do that to you. I couldn't do that to Dorian. I couldn't do that. No, I couldn't do it to you guys because I don't love him like that. I would lay down my life for him, but I couldn't live knowing that you guys were
living without you.
Yeah, but I could lay down my life for the gospel. I could lay down my life for my enemies, but I couldn't do that, and I couldn't lay down your life or Dorian's life for my enemies. Like, they gonna die. If it was me, fine. But you guys, they gonna die. That's where I'm at. Like, that my love for Christ is not there. And so like, it's really interesting because he's alone, but he's experiencing joy. And I do believe that people that embrace that they obviously have a rock in a relationship with Christ that people like us will never understand, ever, because Christ lived that way. See what I'm saying? And so, and my second most important person in all human history, the Apostle Paul, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, lived that way. And so it's just like when I was in a really bad marriage, like, me and you fight. We're not in a bad marriage at all. Like, you haven't sent me into my prayer closet for 3 hours a day. And there were many years in which I'd have to be in the prayer closet for 3 hours a day to fucking withstand that broad. So, well, I'm not saying that a married person cannot relate to Christ too, because but the fellowship with Christ was really, really sweet in that period of time. And I got amazing revelations during that period. Like, for example, I was in my closet, and I was crying. Nobody's going through what I'm going through. And nobody locally was going through what I was going through. And even though I despise her in my heart right now, I'll never say publicly all the shit that I went through with this woman, just because I wouldn't do that to her. I still despise the fuck out of you, though. But I could never do that to her. But, like, I remember a specific time I was in my closet, man. I was crying. Oh, there's nobody, you know. And then, like, I had this mantra over and over. I said, Jesus, she's killing me. She's killing me. She's killing me. And he said to me, I understand. And it wasn't like a there. I saw the Roman soldier putting the spear through Jesus' side. And that same guy that later said he glorified God and said, truly, this man was the Son of God. And he said, my girl killed me too. So I understand. And I was like, damn, bro. So when we talked about loving your wife as Christ loved the church, I had a revelation of my relationship with God in a way that a person who took sannyas could never understand, and in a way that a person with a perfect marriage could never understand. Jesus has had to suffer with and for his, and it gave me spiritual power to continue, because I don't know any human being that would have been able to tolerate being around that woman. And I now after being with you, I wouldn't be able to tolerate a week with her. That's my tolerance to her has been like destroyed being around you. It's like, not where, like we're on 3 minutes for planks now. Like miss planks for a couple days. Miss planks. It's like that. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So like I've had like crazy revelations with God and with Christ, specifically Christ. Working with this, being with the other one was, I was praying again, and that passage Hebrews 4 that he was made like us in all things without except for sin, so that he could be a merciful and faithful high priest. Mm-hmm. And then it develops into chapter 7 and says, therefore he's able to intercede for us, because he's able to save to the uttermost, because he always intercedes to God for us. That's what it is. And so it's always like, look, Jesus came down here so that you could know, so he could know what you were going through. And obviously Hebrews 4, that's what the text says. So I'm sitting there praying. And I'm in my closet again, and I'm in the Garden of Gethsemane with Jesus. And he's there, and I'm like 5 feet away, and he's in the dirt block, playing, crying, blood, whatever. But then he was also standing next to me. And this is not like some vision or whatever. It's so hard to explain. It wasn't like I was like whatever, but so I was there, and because I was I'm suffering, blah blah blah, and I was outside of the gate of the garden. So there's Jesus in the garden, right? I'm 5 feet away, and then Jesus is beside me, but there's this gate. And he opened the gate, and he said, can you come in here with me? And it wasn't like a, come on, bro, come with me. Come suffer with me. It was almost like a challenge. It was a challenge, but it was a loving challenge. It's very hard to explain. I can't, I'm doing no justice. I'm very, very sorry. But he said, can you come in here with me? And then boom. Oh, that Philippians 4. Paul says, I want to know Christ in the fellowship in his suffering. And then it hit me. Boom. Jesus came here, and yeah, he can relate to you in suffering, but he far superseded you in suffering, bro. So now you're suffering. You don't just comfort yourself with Hebrews 4. Oh, Jesus knows how I feel. You comfort yourself with Philippians 4. You know how Jesus felt. And that is a different type of fellowship. Mm-hmm. That was a mind blow. That gave me 5 years with her. I ate that for 5 years. Like, I can tell you the amount of years those moments and those scriptures fed me to handle being with that individual. Okay, and I'm not. By the way, I don't need to say this. I'm just saying this for the visitors who don't know me. I'm a very difficult person to live with as well. Okay, but this lady this shit was supernatural. But anyway, like, so it was crazy. Like this song, "The Eternal Joy in the Mountain of Loneliness." Like, I was so alone in that marriage, and I was so alone in those Bible studies. Like, I'd hear the guys complain. Like, the guys would complain about the shit me and you fight about. You know what I'm saying? Like, they would complain about it, and I would just be like, I would be so angry at them. I'd be like, I'd be like, I wish I could complain about dumb shit like that, bro. I wish I could complain about dumb shit like that. But yeah, man, like, it's weird. Like, so I was alone. Like, the only time like I ever got a respite from being alone was like when me and you would talk. Like, when you would talk to me about God, or when you, like, I would just see you talk about God and you'd be so passionate. Like, it did something for me. Like, it was very, very hard to explain. But aside from you, it was the only time I wasn't alone ever. And then when I was off with my boys, but we were doing bad shit. I mean, now I look back, I'm like, okay, we're doing bad shit in the world. You know what I'm saying? But like, yeah. But it was weird. Like, I wouldn't trade those moments with Jesus for anything. Mm-hmm. I hated going through them with her. And I cannot stand her, but it I had a pastor who said, "Those who God will use greatly, He wounds deeply," and that held me up for like 15 minutes. Like those little cool Christian phrases, they help. It was like a little shot, but it wasn't like the inoculation, you know. But it was like there's a certain kind of joy, and it's not masochistic. Ooh, I enjoy pain, but it's more like, man, there's no one here. He's eliminated everyone from this place in my soul. So only me and him are occupying this space, and I'm completely present and conscious in that moment for 5 years. You know what I'm saying? And like, crazy. Externally, the temple was being completely destroyed, but internally, like you start to figure out what the fuck Paul's talking about when he says sorrowful but always rejoicing. When he says that our outer man is wasting away, but our inner man is being renewed day by day. Like, you start to figure out, oh, that's what that means. Like, you can read all the commentaries in the world, bro, but until you're in that shit, you don't know it. But then when you read it, it's like, oh, yeah, okay, that's what that was. Like, you don't need an interpreter. You don't need a pastor to tell you. You don't need a theologian. You don't need to translate the Greek and Hebrew and the Aramaic. You don't need the Septuagint, man. You know what he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? And so there's a certain joy in that. To even now, I feel remnants of that pain and that joy at the same time right now. Like, I go back those places.
Wow.
And it's so weird. I wouldn't trade it for the world, but I'd never go back there. I'm never going to act like I'm super Christian. Like, I'm not going to say, I'm so glad. Like, I would trade it for the world, but I would never go back there to get there. So yeah, that's really the Tina's take on it. Really, just like made me go, Argh!
Yeah,
and it took it to a completely different direction for me. But shout out to Jesus, man. Like, you carried me through that, bro. If it wasn't for you, whoo, he carried. You know that thing with his footsteps and the beat. Low. I'm telling you, bro. Like, he completely carried me through that time. It's so crazy to me, bro.
When you were in the middle of it, did you feel like you were being carried? Or or now you're like, no, I was totally being carried. Oh my gosh.
I probably wouldn't have characterized it that way. I'd have been like, I at the time, like in my journals and stuff, I'd be like, yo, I just stepped through the gate. I'm stepping through the gate today, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like you had to wake up and like prime yourself to deal with this person. Like, so when you go, oh, we're fighting in this, I'm like, I don't wake up and prime. I wake up and like, what we're gonna do? We got our list, we gotta accomplish. We gotta get this trademark. I gotta hit the lawyer. I gotta put some pressure. I gotta squeeze the lawyer. I gotta put pressure on him to move. You know, but yeah, I didn't feel like I was being carried because that wasn't the metaphor he gave me. That was the metaphor he gave her, whoever first came up with that. You know what I'm saying? Now looking back, the metaphor he gave me was walk through the gate. You see what I'm saying? Wow. You know, there's some stuff I'll keep for the rest of my life between me and him. Like, that's never gonna get. You know what I'm saying? And I would.
Beautiful. Thanks for sharing
I would cry for days if somebody had to go through. If somebody had to feel what I had to feel to get to that point, I'd cry for days for them because I know how that feels. But I'd also. Sorrowful but always rejoicing. Like, some of you guys tell me the shit you guys go through, like, it's mind-boggling. It's a gut punch, and you know we've felt your guys' pain, and it's not. There's no fucking charity here, guys, because you guys did that earlier in the day for me, right? So there's no. But we felt your. But I also know like there's somebody right now God's laid on my heart, like he's going through the shit, man. He's going through it hard, but I know God's got him. Like, there's no, like, more real than you are right here. I know God's got him. And there's another guy. I hit Priest. I was like, yo, son, this guy, watch. And he's like, what? I'm like, bro, I'm telling you. But he's been through some shit. You see what I'm saying? He's been, brother died, you know, OD, all that shit. Like, he's been in the gate, man. He just didn't know it. He thought he was alone. You see what I'm saying? So... yeah. So I'd hate for my friends. Like, I've become real close with a lot of these people here. And same with Tina. You know? Like, really weird, but holy shit. You want to talk about pain, like, unspeakable. there's a lot of unspoken shit and a lot of really fucking lonely, horrible nights, man. Mm-hmm. You know, I feel that shit. And the idea that she could like coagulate all that as a sacrifice to God, and that God would reward her with like a different kind of presence.
Yeah.
That nobody can relate to.
Yeah.
Is what keeps me going when I think about that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so yeah. Anyway, I'm done, Ray. I talked too much shit.
No, that was really good.
So there you go. What do you give the song?
It's hard for me to rate this song and separate it from what you just shared. So I think that all this was super important. I'm going to go with an 11 for this one, and it was beautiful. 11. Yeah,
it's an 11. It's obviously an 11 for me. Very, very unexpected. But it's so crazy how one little line, because it was just one little line from Tina, could change the trajectory and the interpretation of everything. But she does it. She did that to Bible Boogies too. Every single time we did a Bible Boogie, Tina always had like this one thing that was like, phew.
Yeah, that's
but it was
true.
all like, holy shit, I never thought of that before. Like, and I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, shout out to Tina Bedina. Very, 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 very good song. Dewey or Davey, we got to spend some time with our kids because it's 1:00 where we are. But send me an email because you're not deploying tomorrow, are you? I don't think they would make them deploy the day before Thanksgiving. So send me an email, Davey, and let's see if we can't coordinate tomorrow because I got to spend some time with the kids. We got to watch at least an episode of Tour La Brea with the kids. So let's see if we can't coordinate, even if it's like a private, the three of us listen to the song together. I definitely do want to come through for you. But we got to come through for the kids as well. I purposely ignored that one.
Yeah, I know. I just wanted you to see it.
Shout out to Greg Church. Greg Church says, I thought I was at church. People are mad funny. And look at his last name is Church. Do you have a brother named Dan? If you do, shout out to the homies. Shout out to all the stalkers who watch us incessantly. I appreciate you guys. All right, guys. Much love to everybody. Tina Stream, 100% quality as always. Abso-freaking-lutely, guys. Take care of each other, guys. Love your neighbor. Do something good for somebody. If you're lonely through Thanksgiving, we will pray for you. As a matter of fact, I don't care. I'm going to pray for you right now. Jesus, thank you for all our friends, God. Thanksgiving is a great time, friends, family, and all that. And the pain that I'm feeling because I can't be with my family. God, I selfishly don't realize that I'm still surrounded by my family. There's a lot of people out there that are alone. So I pray that you take care of them, that you watch over them, that you protect them from bad thoughts. Mm-hmm. And I pray that you would show us what we can do in the next 48 hours to give brightness to people on a hard day for a lot of people. And I pray that you would give us the strength to do it and follow through. You've been really, really good to me, bro. Really have. Thank you for all my friends, and thank you for forgiving me for all my crazy event sessions tonight and all the rest of it. Take care of that girl. Take care of that girl. All right. I love you all. In Jesus' name, I love you all.